A long time ago, in a galaxy far far away. Disclaimer: I don't own this fanfiction, I am merely converting this to audio, so make sure you show some love to the author in the description. Then you will die. No. She saw it, he'd hesitated. That was enough to prove that Anakin hadn't completely fallen. He could still be saved. Ashoka crosses her lightsabers, grunting under the weight of Vader. No, Anakin's attack. Master, she pleads, I know you, and this isn't it. She drops her guard, flipping to the side as Anakin's weight brings him forward. Foolish Padawan, Anakin chides, and despite herself, part of Ashoka cringes at disappointing her master. Anakin Skywalker was weak, blinded by the Jedi's ways. Ashoka ducks another slash, then backpedals as Anakin continues advancing. He was kind, she retorts, he did what he felt was right, to help others. They lock sabers again. With an almost casual flick, Anakin sends her stumbling to the side. All I've done is for the greater good. The Emperor will bring peace to the galaxy. Ashoka barely gets her sabers up in time to block the next blow, which knocks her on her back, lightsabers skidding just out of reach. She desperately grasps at the nearest handle. Even if it means killing me. She questioned, if even a speck of the Anakin I know is left in you, you won't do it. Anakin freezes, lightsaber held over his head. And despite everything, he remembered. He remembered everything, from her first day where she surprised him, to her last day when she left him. You are right, he says, red saber extinguishing as his arm returns to his side. Then his free hand shoots forward and Ashoka finds herself suspended off the floor. Anakin! Ashoka yelps, futilely struggling against the force as it lifts her higher into the air. Master! With a final shove, he sent Ashoka flying out of the collapsing temple. I'm sorry, snips. As she rights herself, Ashoka can do nothing but watch as the temple implodes in front of her. 8. Vader opens his eyes, seeing everything half clearly with his damaged mask. Is this death? It's so green. He gets up and looks around to study his new surroundings. What is this place? How did I get here? He stumbles through the underbrush for some time until he finds a break in the trees. He walks through the clearing and finds himself looking down on the all-too-familiar capital of Naboo. Theed. But, how is this possible? Vader begins to make his way to the city, however, his injuries and damaged armor have taken their toll on his body, and he collapses, his vision going dark. When Vader wakes, the first thing he hears is beeping. He sits up as he clears the last remnants of fatigue from his mind and raises a prosthetic hand to his mask to find it repaired and his vision tinted red once more. A medical droid notices that its patient is now awake and begins to go over to him. I see you are now conscious. You must be very confused and I shall answer any questions to the best of my ability. The now vigilant Sith Lord shakes his head, as if to clear it. Where am I? You are in the capital city of Theed on Naboo. 1. How did I get here? City guards found you unconscious outside the city gates. They took you here where your armor and life support systems were repaired by the Royal Medical and Engineering staff. Vader places a hand on his waist and comes to an enraging realization. Where is my lightsaber? He lifts the droid into the air using the Force and begins to slowly dent and compact it. It was confiscated upon your retrieval. I am unable to reveal the whereabouts of weaponry in the castle due to Security Protocol 926E. Vader promptly drops the droid and marches out of the infirmary. Reaching his consciousness through the Force, he looks for the Kyber crystal in his lightsaber. After determining the location of his weapon, Vader begins to storm through the castle, his imposing atmosphere and intimidating appearance striking fear into any that saw him. Bam! Vader storms into the throne room. I believe you have something of mine. All of the nobles appear concerned and affronted by the accusations. An old man speaks first. We can't fathom what it is you mean. Now explain yourself. Why have you barged in here to throw around baseless accusations in the middle of a crisis? One of the handmaidens shifts uncomfortably, drawing Vader's attention. He simply raises an open hand and his lightsaber flies out of her robes and into his palm. He looks at the old noble. Baseless, you say? He clips his weapon to his belt. The Queen addresses him. My apologies, but until we knew your allegiance we couldn't risk you being hostile. I see. Well, I assure you, that I mean no harm to this planet or its people. We shall see about that. If I may ask, who exactly are you? It's at this point that Vader realizes that he has no idea how he got here and decides to conduct an experiment. My name is Darth Vader. When there is no reaction from any of the delegates, Vader realizes that something is wrong, so he asks a question that has been nagging him since he saw the handmaiden. What crisis do you speak of? The nobles all share a knowing look before the Queen speaks again. The Trade Federation has set up an illegal blockade around Naboo. It has been a few days since Vader has learned some of the specifics of his predicament, namely being in the wrong timeline. He decided that as soon as the Naboo crisis was over he'll go to Malachar to investigate. In his free time he looked more in depth into his armor in order to make sure it had been repaired properly, and discovered that it had been designed to amplify electrical conductivity. Vader cursed Palpatine and his manipulations, and went about designing armor that won't aid in his demise. He built a fully functional protocol droid that spoke 6 million languages at the age of 12, so this wasn't too difficult a task. He decided to base the design off of Darth Bane's own armor. It was an impressive feat by all means. In his time, the armor would have been advanced. In the past, it was almost impossible. However, he would have to wait to build and wear the armor till he was on Coruscant. Naboo didn't have the technological or medical equipment required for the replacement. 2. While he is helping around Theed, Vader is called into the royal house, and this is when the Queen asks a question that Vader dreads to answer. What exactly are you? Vader hesitates. What do you mean, Your Majesty? You are not a Jedi. You stormed in here demanding your weapon, actions not associated with the Jedi. But you also carry a lightsaber and use the Force while aiding my people. So what are you, Darth Vader? Truth be told, he does not fully know the answer himself. Call him stubborn, but he still feels resentment for the Jedi and their ways. However, his hatred has diminished as he began to think of it as simply how they were raised. So he simply tells them the truth. I'm not quite sure anymore. I disagree with the Jedi ways, but I can't truly bring myself to hate them. However, a simple term to use would be Sith. I am a Sith Lord. And what, pray tell, is a Sith Lord? Everyone in the room subtly leans forward, curious. For a long time, Sith were called the antithesis of the Jedi. Evil. I see. And you? Perhaps I can make a difference here. I hope to change that definition. I want to make the Sith different from the Jedi, but the same. To help Force users to use their passion to drive them to protect what they love. 1. I would do whatever it takes to protect my people. Your Sith sound the same. As long as you pose no threat to my people, Lord Vader, you and your Sith may find peace on Naboo. That sentiment means a great deal, Your Highness. As does your help. But there is dire news. The reason I ask this is because we have lost communication with Senator Palpatine some time ago, and I wish to trust you. We suspect the Trade Federation may be preparing for invasion. Vader hums to himself. He'd expected this to happen soon. As a Padawan, he was naturally curious about the circumstances that lead to Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan finding him. Then perhaps it is best to flee the planet. I will not abandon my people. I never said you were. It will simply be easier to aid them when you are not a captive. That's when Captain Panika, the Queen's loyal protector, speaks up. It's best we leave as soon as possible, before their army arrives. Vader shakes his head. No, they'll expect something like that. Well, wait for them to be at the door. We let them take us. The Federation is full of greedy cheapskates, so their droids will be an insult to engineering, along with their programming. They'll be stupid. They'll escort us outside, at which point I shall ambush the droids, along with the Jedi ambassadors. The Queen shows visible confusion at this statement. But how do you know they are alive? They're Jedi, they're stubborn, and skilled. 6. Unfortunately, despite the soundness of the plan, due to the mystery behind Vader's sudden appearance in Naboo, Panika doesn't trust him. I will not put the Queen in harm's way. Vader attempts to quell the captain's concerns. She won't be, I assure you. There is a knocking at the door and a staticky voice asking for surrender. And I don't believe we have a choice. Vader swiftly conceals his lightsaber beneath his cape and waves to the handmaiden that he knows is Padme to open the door. Outside in streets of Naboo, they are being marched by a small group of droids under an overpass when Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan leap down. Vader takes this as his K. He activates his lightsaber at the same time as the master and apprentice as they dispatch the droids. After this, the young Obi-Wan aims his saber at the unfazed Sith Lord. Who are you? Qui-Gon attempts to calm his apprentice, while keeping a cautious eye on Vader. Calm yourself, young Padawan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And our new friend did help take care of these droids. Obi-Wan looks at his master and extinguishes his lightsaber. Vader speaks first. I assume negotiations broke down. 1. Unfortunately, negotiations have to start before they break down. We should get out of their street. Draw less attention. Vader waves at the decimated droids' bodies. Grab their weapons. Panika simply glares at Vader's back as Qui-Gon questions the noble brought with the Queen. We must get in contact with the Republic. Panika responds. They've knocked out our communications. Do you have transport? The main hangar. This way. He starts marching with purpose in the direction of the hangar with everyone following. Once at the hangar, they look through the door and see squads of droids guarding the pilots. There's too many of them. Qui-Gon turns to the Queen. Under these circumstances, Your Majesty, it would be best if you come to Coruscant with us. That was the plan all along, Ambassador. I will plead our case to the Senate. That's good. Then I suggest we leave as soon as possible. They enter the hangar and make their way to the droids around the pilots. Vader makes his way to the front of the group. Leave them to me. The droid commander turns to Vader and raises its hand. Halt. We are ambassadors of the Supreme Chancellor. We will be taking these people to Coruscant. Where are you taking them? To Coruscant. Vader spits out each word with a venom that would even intimidate Master Yoda. Coruscant, wait, that doesn't compute. Wait, it points at Vader. You're under Arza. Vader suddenly ignites his saber and removes the droid's arm. 16. He effortlessly deflects each blaster bolt and brutally mutilates each droid that comes too close, occasionally using the Force to throw them into one another as the pilots flee for safety. Once all the droids in the hangar are dealt with, Vader turns back to see the group shocked, minus Qui-Gon, who was contemplating the demonstration of power. I believe we should be going. They collect themselves, board the ship and begin their ascent. Obi-Wan gives Jar Jar a warning not to get in any trouble as they approach the blockade. They begin taking heavy fire from the Lucre Hulk, the pilot doing his best to evade. Despite the pilot's best efforts, they eventually manage to hit the shield generators and the pilot sends out astromechs to repair it. Vader notices that Padme, disguised as a handmaiden, was trembling, something he doubted either Jedi on the ship noticed the first time around. He walks over to her, both Jedi watching him carefully. He raises his hand and Obi-Wan moves his hand to his saber. But Vader simply lays his hand on her shoulder to draw her attention. It will be okay. Trust me. They were simple words, but they calmed Padme as she nodded, resolve in her eyes. Vader lets go of her shoulder and steps back to look at her. Seeing her up close like this, so exposed and vulnerable, forces him to sadly acknowledge that he can't be with Padme in this timeline. This is not the Padme he remembers. He is far too old. It is not possible for him to have her back. Fate is a cruel thing, presenting him with something he wanted for 10 years, but could still not have. His wife was dead, time travel or not. 1. Vader resumes his post at the front of the ship as the pilot reports that the last surviving astromech managed to repair the deflector shields as they swerve around the last ship in their way and fly away from the blockade. We don't have enough power to get to Coruscant. The hyperdrive is leaking. Qui-Gon solemnly states that they'll have to refuel and repair the ship somewhere before continuing. Obi-Wan points to the screen in front of them. Here, Master. Tatooine. A small, out-of-the-way planet. The Trade Federation has no presence there. Panika asks how he knows that. Qui-Gon states that it's controlled by the Hutts. Vader decides to chime in before this dragged on for too long. If it is our only option, then it is a good option. Now stop debating it and set a course for Tatooine. After R2-D2 was recognized for his service in saving the Queen, he was thoroughly cleaned and even polished. It is not often that people appreciate droids, and with Vader's personal experience with the soon-to-be infamous astromech, he himself was touched by the Queen's appreciation. Qui-Gon tries to confirm the Queen's opinion in regards to going to Tatooine but is met with resistance from Panika. You must trust my judgment, Your Highness. Qui-Gon insists. At this, the Queen looks to Vader. And what is your opinion, Lord Vader? Vader already knows his opinion on the matter, but weighs the pros and cons so that he could deliver a strong argument nonetheless. I believe it's best we go to Tatooine as well. As the Jedi stated, it lacks any presence of the Trade Federation, as well as any form of law other than the word of the Hutts. However, if we keep a reasonable distance from the towns and keep a low profile, it will be safe. She considers his words and nods. Then we shall stay on Tatooine until the ship is repaired. As they prepare to land, Vader overhears Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan talking. He decides to eavesdrop while concealing his presence within the Force. Sith are curious too. It's why they have more abilities at their disposal than Jedi. Obi-Wan unsurprisingly starts the conversation with something rude. I don't trust this Darth Vader. He is not like any Jedi I have ever seen nor heard of. And his presence? It's too cold. Qui-Gon cut him off. So you feel it too? I do. There is a bitterness, a darkness in him. We may have to acknowledge a very troubling possibility. A Sith Lord. Qui-Gon solemnly nods. But Master, the Sith have been extinct for centuries. That is merely what we think. Never presume to know everything. Should we confront him? Not yet. For now, we prioritize the Queen's safety. But it would be best to keep an eye on him. Vader walks away before he can be discovered. He knows the Jedi do not trust him, so this isn't a surprise. He'll wait for them to ask what he is. Simply because he cannot truly hate them, does not mean that he won't enjoy toying with them a little. Especially Obi-Wan. The older version could be annoying at the worst of times, but Padawan Kenobi gets on his nerves far too often. They land on the outskirts of a small town. Jar Jar stays aboard the ship on Vader's advice. The suns and heat won't be good for you. You're aquatic. Stay aboard the ship where it's cool. Jar Jar responds with his signature, Okie day. So it is just Vader, Qui-Gon, R2, and Padme who go to Mos Espa. When they arrive at the small settlement, Vader explains where they are. This is Mos Espa. It's very dangerous. Indigenous tribes, many of them scavengers, best to avoid them. If they capture you, you die. Spaceports like this are good for people who don't want to be found. Padme is intrigued. You know quite a bit about this place. I used to live here. He explains. Padme's interest peaked. What was it like? Before Vader could think, he blurts out, I hated it. How come? Padme asked. Vader thinks of an actual reason so there wouldn't be any dishonesty for Qui-Gon to sense. The sand. It's rough, coarse, irritating, and it gets everywhere. 14. Padme laughed. Well, living on a desert planet must have been unpleasant for you then. They find a place that sells the parts they need. Qui-Gon goes to ask the owner, Watto, about the parts. Vader stays with Padme, and himself. Trippy. Padme and Anakin speak while Vader looks around, reminiscing. He has many terrible memories here, but some good ones as well. They leave after Qui-Gon returns, in a sour mood. They are walking through the streets when they heard a scuffle ahead of them. An all too familiar Doug is harassing someone who had apparently annoyed him. That Doug will always find a reason to be angry, even without Jar Jar's clumsiness. Sebulba sees the small foreign group watching him and seems offended. He asks in Hutus what they were staring at. Fortunately, before Vader decides to decapitate him, Anakin shows up and tells him in the same language that they were big-time outlanders. Sebulba threatens Anakin, but the boy is unfazed and says that it would be a shame if he had to pay for him. You were almost turned into goo. You picked a fight with a Doug, an especially angry Doug called Sebulba. Qui-Gon thanks him and continues on with his mismatched group, with their new younger addition. An older woman that Anakin knows tells him that her bones were aching and warns him that a storm was coming. The boy turns to them. Have you got any shelter? Vader answers him. We have a ship on the outskirts. 1. You'll never get there in time. Sandstorms are very fast, and very dangerous. You can stay at my house. The beginnings of the storm are just setting in when they make it to the front of Anakin's house. Anakin calls out to his mother and introduces the group as his friends. Shmi Skywalker's eyes linger on Vader for a moment longer than the others. Not surprising. Even in a place of outlaws, criminals and low-level bounty hunters, he didn't blend in well. Vader decides to break the ice. I am Vader. Young Anakin offered us shelter from the sandstorm. After the introductions are made, Anakin takes Padme to see C-3PO, with R2 and Vader following. He wishes to see his old droid again. 3. After the somewhat funny, and on Vader's behalf, silently emotional shenanigans of meeting C-3PO, it is time to eat. There is a brief moment of tense conversation regarding slavery and the lack of Republic presence. That's where Anakin chimes in, asking if anyone has seen a pod race. Qui-Gon commented on how fast and dangerous it is. I'm the only human who can do it. Anakin explains proudly. Well, you must have Jedi reflexes then. Qui-Gon comments. Anakin looks at Vader. You're a Jedi, aren't you? Vader decides to answer all of Anakin's questions, in order to make light-hearted conversation. He'll have to get used to talking to himself, after all. Well, what makes you say that? 1. I saw your lightsaber when the wind blew your cape. Anakin points to Vader's belt where his lightsaber is. Vader subtly looks at Qui-Gon and decides to use irony to his advantage and quote the man sitting opposite him. Well, how do you know I didn't kill a Jedi for it? This answer makes Qui-Gon tense his whole body. Anakin rebuffs his statement, that's impossible, no one can kill a Jedi. 4. There are beings in the galaxy that would disagree with you, he thought. It is very difficult to defeat a Jedi, but not impossible. However, you are correct in assuming this is my own lightsaber. He uses the Force to pull the saber into his hand and place it on the table. But I am not a Jedi. In the middle of marveling at the weapon on his dinner table, Anakin asked him the same question the Queen asked him. Then what are you? Vader gave him a little chuckle. I'm a Sith Lord. Qui-Gon seemed stunned for a moment, before composing himself. Anakin, unaware of the new tension in his Jedi guest, continues his impromptu interrogation. What's that? At this, Qui-Gon focuses on Vader intensely. However, before he can respond, Padme answers for him. The Queen asked him about that on Naboo. It's similar to a Jedi but different. They are thought of as evil because of history with the Jedi, but Lord Vader plans on changing that. He wants the Sith to be peacekeepers like the Jedi, but in a different way. Qui-Gon looks at Vader, who gives a short laugh and nods. That is correct. A Jedi lets go of their emotions to keep a clear head. I, however, use my emotions and instincts to guide me in battle. 2. I had a dream I was a Jedi once, and I came to free the slaves. Is that why you're here? Unfortunately, no. But then why else are you here? There's no getting past you, is there? We're on our way to Coruscant, on a very important mission. At least he is, he points to Qui-Gon. I was simply in the area when the mission started. But then how did you get here in the Outer Rim? Qui-Gon chooses this moment to answer the question. Our ship was damaged and we're stranded until we can have it repaired. However, we don't have the parts we need, and nothing to barter with. Shmi thankfully has a solution. Gambling. Everything revolves around those awful races. Greed can be a powerful ally. Explains Qui-Gon. Anakin contributes to that solution. I built a racer. It's the fastest one in the Outer Rim. There is a race tomorrow. You can enter my pod. There's a minor debate between Shmi and Anakin about the safety of the races. Padme attempts to protest against Anakin's involvement, not wanting to put him at risk. Shmi shakes her head. I might not like it, but maybe Ani can help you. Qui-Gon excused himself. Most likely to report to Obi-Wan, Vader amusedly thought. How come you don't take your mask off to eat? Shmi scolds Anakin for being rude, but Vader waves her off. No, it is quite all right. He is a naturally curious one. I was heavily injured in a fight a long time ago, and now I have to wear this mask and armor in order to sustain myself. If it is removed for too long. He trailed off, making it obvious of the consequences. After the storm is over, they organize for Anakin to race with the pod he built by telling Watto that Qui-Gon owned it. Padme tries to tell Qui-Gon that the Queen wouldn't approve. He simply rebuffs her, saying that she didn't need to know. The irony, Vader muses, is amazing. Unfortunately, they have to bet their ship, so if he lost, they'd be stuck on this planet for longer than any of them want to be. Anakin takes them to see the pod he built. Vader has fond memories of this. Tinkering for hours on end till everything ran smoothly. He's always enjoyed building things, fixing them. Maybe he could dabble in some engineering in this timeline. Might as well pick up his old hobby. Qui-Gon speaks with Shmi a small distance away while Anakin examines the pieces of the pod. Vader can guess the topic, going by the look on his face. Many of Anakin's friends run over to marvel at the astromech and pod. They all seem to steer clear of Vader if possible. He couldn't exactly blame them. Even people who aren't Force-sensitive can feel his imposing aura. Very few cared for it. After the children leave, Anakin resumes his task, making the pod work. Vader hands him a few power cells using the Force. Anakin thanks him and inserts them into the pod, then flicks the power switch and the engines on the pod come to life. Vader lets out a content sigh. He hasn't felt this at peace for a long time. They continue fine-tuning the pod until late into the night. After Shmi puts Anakin to bed, everyone leaves to return to the ship. However, as Vader steps foot on the ship, he feels something. He gazes at the horizon. And he knows. Maul had just arrived on Tatooine. The next day, they begin preparations for the race. Watto starts mocking Qui-Gon's choice of making Anakin his racer, claiming that Sebulba always wins. Vader watches the conversation with interest. He hadn't seen this part. Vader steps forward. He isn't going to miss an opportunity to antagonize Watto. I'll take that bet. Watto turns to him in shock. What? Vader crosses his arms. I'd be willing to bet myself against, how about, the boy and his mother. Watto laughs him off. Ha ha ha. One slave against two? That's a fool's bet. Vader gently pulls back the plating on his hand to reveal circuitry. I have cybernetic enhancements, and I have more experience than either of your current slaves. Watto looks interested. Very good. But it will take more than that to convince me. If you're still not satisfied, he waves away his cape to reveal his lightsaber. I assume this is worth something in the Outer Rim. 2. Watto stares at the weapon for a moment before smirking and slapping Vader's outstretched hand. Deal. They walk over to greet Anakin, with Watto warning him that his friend's betting will be the end of him. Anakin asks what he means, but Qui-Gon and Vader tell him it's nothing. As Anakin heads for his pod, Qui-Gon leans toward Vader. Watto is correct. That was a very dangerous bet. Vader dismisses Qui-Gon's concerns. Do not worry, I have faith in the boy. Don't you? Qui-Gon stops Vader. You felt it, didn't you? His presence in the Force. 3. Vader nods. I have. He has potential for either great, or terrible things. Let us hope for the sake of this galaxy it is the former. Vader continues toward the track to tell himself good luck. Are you ready, young Skywalker? Anakin nodded. Yet. Vader lifts Anakin into his pod, using his enhanced strength rather than the Force. Didn't want to draw too much attention too soon. Remember, your emotions are your ally. Trust yourself. Let your passion guide you. Anakin sets his expression into one of anticipation and resolve. I will. Vader waves him off. May the Force be with you. As he goes to leave, he notices a part missing on one of the engines. Anakin, there is a missing part here. You may wish to make some adjustments. Anakin leans out of the pod to see what Vader means and nods. Thanks. Vader glares at Sebulba. He always wondered why his pod didn't start. He wanders back to the stands where an agitated Padme stood, reprimanding Qui-Gon. She turned to him. And what of you, Lord Vader? Do you agree with the Jedi? Vader simply chuckles. I'll let you in on a secret to ease your nerves, young handmaiden. That boy is Force sensitive. Padme is shocked. Are you sure? Positive. Vader affirms he will be just fine. No one truly knows how the Force works, but it is more often than not helpful. Trust me, Anakin will make it out of this not only alive, but free. They sit down as one of the commentators introduced Jabba the Hutt, who officially started the race. Vader admits, although it could never measure against the feeling of being in the race, watching had its own appeal. There are a few mishaps, as is natural in such a dangerous sport, along with Sebulba's cheating and them. The savages. When they appear, many spectators shift away. But it is nothing that his younger self can't handle. He is still angry after the race, however. They all went down to congratulate Anakin. That's when Sebulba decides to pounce on Anakin and accuse him of cheating. He raises his fist, and prepares to strike Anakin. But then he suddenly feels cold, alone, and afraid. He turns to see Darth Vader staring down at him. All he had to do was utter one simple word, and it shakes the dug to his core. Don't. Sebulba shakily nods and runs away. Although it was a simple thing, Vader enjoyed terrifying Sebulba, and it helped elevate his mood after seeing the Tuskens. He doesn't want to traumatize himself, either. No matter, Maul will be here soon. Something to look forward to, he supposed. 2. Vader, Padme, and the droids begin making their way back to the ship after Watto reluctantly gives over the remote for the control chip and his slaves and the ship parts they needed. Installing the parts would take the better part of a day, giving Anakin and his mother time to pack some things. They are even able to bring C-3PO along with them, something that pleases young Anakin to no end. On the way, Vader contemplates what he would do when Maul shows up. He thinks back to when he last saw him, on Malachor. He wasn't able to confront him then, his focus was on the holocron, but he saw him flee. Maul had looked back, then. And Vader saw something in his eyes. Behind the hatred and resentment that Vader knew too well, there was fear. Not fear for himself. For the boy. The apprentice that wanted the holocron. There was an understanding in those eyes, a compassion. Not to mention his file. When Vader heard rumors of Maul's survival, he found every scrap of information he could, even things he wasn't supposed to know. Taken from Dathomir when he was just a boy, and conditioned to follow Sidious' commands to a fault. He never knew Sidious' true identity or plans. Not even his own name. Vader knew he couldn't kill him. Maul has too much potential, too much promise. There is good, hidden deep within him. Right now his hatred is unfocused, and that makes him weak. Without a target, anger on its own is pointless. If Vader turned Maul away from Sidious, plant doubt in his mind, he could become a great ally. More than the tool Sidious has turned him into. He will help Maul, in any way he can. And with that thought, he begins installing the parts. After a lot of work, and no breaks, the hyperdrive is finally finished, and Vader can sense Qui-Gon, Shmi, and Anakin approaching. And they were being followed. Vader rushes out of the ship and runs towards Maul. He called out to Qui-Gon and Anakin. "Get to the ship." He ignites his lightsaber as Maul leapt from his speeder and they clash. Vader expertly deflected each of Maul's attacks, angering the Zabrak further. Vader had to do this, and quickly. "Tell me, what is your goal?" Maul growled out a reply. "Vengeance." "Against who?" "The Jedi? What have they done to you?" Vader shot back. He could hear the ship starting up. Maul stated plainly. "It is my master's will." Vader saw his opportunity. He took his chance to convince Maul of Palpatine's manipulations. "Do you know your master's name?" "Crash." "His agenda?" "Crash." "His plans for you?" He forces Maul to his knees, and with each strike, confusion is etched deeper into his opponent's face. Vader hammers the final nail in the coffin. "Has he ever told you your name?" And with that he force pushes Maul back into a large stone, rendering him stunned. 1. The ship passes over him, so he extinguishes his lightsaber and uses the force to propel himself onto the ramp as the ship flies away from Maul. The Skywalkers rush over to him, with Anakin asking if he was all right. He calmly dismisses their concerns, saying he was fine. Obi-Wan stood off to the side of the exchange with Qui-Gon, looking skeptical. "Friend of yours?" Vader stood and brushed himself off. "Hardly. It appears we have a tale." Qui-Gon steps forward. He appeared trained in the Jedi arts. "Most likely after the Queen. The sooner we reach Coruscant the better. I'll alert the pilot." Vader is doing maintenance on his prosthetics when he heard Padme say something in the next room. "Ah yes. It is about that time," he thinks. He finishes off his maintenance and leaves to give Padme, his younger self and this time around, his mother, some semblance of privacy. He knows they are approaching Coruscant's atmosphere, so he prepares himself for a confrontation with the most despicable being in the galaxy. Once they land, they march out to greet Chancellor Valorum and Palpatine. Palpatine begins to speak with the Queen. "It is very good to see you alive, Your Majesty. Since we lost communication we've been very concerned. I'm anxious to hear your report on the situation. May I introduce Supreme Chancellor Valorum?" Valorum greets the Queen. "Welcome, Your Highness. It is an honor to meet you in person." The Queen greeted him. "Thank you, Chancellor." Palpatine addresses Vader. "And may I ask who this is, Your Majesty?" The Queen answers. "This is Darth Vader. He helped us escape from the Trade Federation and get here. I am indebted to him." Palpatine appears shaken at the word Darth. "I see. Well then, I must thank you for your service." Palpatine extends his arm for a handshake. This was Vader's chance. He could kill Palpatine. and end the reign of Darth Sidious before it begins. He extends his own arm. He could end it all right here and spare many, many lives with a flick of the wrist and an errant thought, and he shakes Palpatine's hand. A pleasure, Senator. Dang it. As loath Vader is to admit it, he can't kill Palpatine yet. A Sith Lord appearing from thin air and killing a senator won't look good. He'd be hunted down by the entire Order. It seems worth it, but in the long run nothing will change. The Sith would still be extinct, the Jedi would stay the same, and some new power-hungry maniac would eventually replace Palpatine anyway. He will have to play the long game. The Sith are not above waiting. Palpatine himself is ample proof of that. Anyway, Palpatine says while releasing Vader's hand, "Let us make haste. This crisis won't resolve itself, you know." 4. Vader boards a speeder with them as Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan go to the temple. Once they arrived at the apartment complex in the Senate District, Vader retreats to somewhere private in order to formulate his plans. He sits alone, in deep thought. First things first, a location for a temple. It can't be Mustafar. The Trade Federation has a mining facility there, and no one in the Jedi or the Republic would fight for it. It must be somewhere strong in the dark side. A place very few would ever dare to go. He sighs. Perhaps some meditation will help. He closes his eyes and reaches out through the Force, searching. He sees many things: violence and peace, cruelty and kindness, life and death, all intersecting to make balance. He peers in through the darkness. Dathomir. Perfect. Wait a minute. Peering outside the darkness of Dathomir, he saw light, but it was blinding. It's too much. Vader is painfully thrust from his incorporeal state of mind. He's made a breakthrough within the Force. There is no balance. The Jedi have thrown it off. He becomes furious. All that talk about me bringing balance to the Force, and they're the ones who wrought that imbalance. Objects around the room begin to lift themselves from their places and fly about. Vader calms himself and the room settles. I need to find out the specifics of the prophecy. At least he'd found a place to go. He would have to communicate with the Night Sisters, lest he invoke their wrath. Perhaps returning Maul to them would be beneficial for both of them. He feels Qui-Gon's presence outside the room as the door opens. The boy is wanted by the Council. 19. Vader looks over at him. And I'm being told this because they want me somewhere they can keep an eye on me. Qui-Gon does not dispute his statement. Vader stood. Then let's get on with it. Once they arrive at the temple, Anakin is taken to see the Council, and Vader is left to wait outside. He refuses to wait hand and foot for the Council, so he wanders around the temple. Anyone who crosses his path gives him a wide berth, and avoids eye contact. No one questions him. All the while he feels multiple signatures peering at him through the Force. They usually leave well enough alone, but when they poke a little too much he abruptly cuts them off. He eventually makes his way to an empty hallway. With how big the temple is, he supposes it is normal for at least a small section to be empty at any given time. He stops. He feels something shift in the Force. Something familiar, but different. He senses sadness and fear. He strides through the halls with purpose as he makes his way towards the feeling. He turns a corner and sees a small Togruta on the floor crying into her arms. Ahsoka. He sadly thinks. She suddenly looks up at him. He expects her to cower or run away, but she surprised him. She runs at him and hugs his legs. He goes stiff for a moment before crouching low to hug her back. He lifts her into his arms as she calms down. Are you all right, young one? He feels the Council's surprise through the Force. 5. She shook her head. Lost. Vader looks into her eyes. Well, we'll have to fix that, won't we? Do you know who your caretaker is? She nods and rubs her eyes. Enter Soto. Let's go find him, shall we? He sets her down and holds her hand as they walk through the temple. What is your name? She looked up at him, calming down. Ahsoka. Vader nods. That is a nice name. They wander around the temple until they eventually find a room where other younglings are being taught and Vader enters with Ahsoka. All eyes are suddenly on them. Ahsoka hides behind him. Vader looks down at her. Go on. It's okay. She steps forward and a blue Twi'lek male enter Soto Vader assumes, approaches them and speaks with Ahsoka in an alien language before facing Vader. Thank you for bringing her here. May I have your name? Darth Vader. He makes his way to leave but feels a tug on his cape. He looks down to see Ahsoka. Yes. She hugs him again. Thank you. He pats her head, being careful of her. You're welcome. Once that was dealt with, Vader began to look for Qui-Gon, both physically and through the Force. He'll find out what the prophecy says one way or another. He finally finds Qui-Gon along with Obi-Wan outside the temple. He grabs Qui-Gon's attention. May I speak with you? He pointedly looks at Obi-Wan, alone. Qui-Gon glances at Obi-Wan before nodding and he walks a small distance away. May I ask what this is about, Lord Vader? The boy. Vader answers, there is more to him than you are letting on. What is it? Qui-Gon hesitates. I have heard about your deeds around Theed from the Queen and the Council saw you help that youngling and I sense no deceit from you, so I will tell you this in good confidence. There is a prophecy, that someone shall bring balance to the Force. Vader nods. What is the whole prophecy? Qui-Gon looks at him for a moment before answering. Only through the sacrifice of many Jedi will the Order cleanse the sin done to the Nameless. The danger of the past is not past, but sleeps in an egg. When the egg cracks it will threaten the galaxy entire. When the Force sickens, past and future must split and combine. A chosen one shall come, born of no father, and through him will ultimate balance in the Force be restored. 4. Vader is deep in thought. Past and future must split and combine. He deadpans. For a prophecy that is extremely literal. Vader finally nods. I see. Then this boy is key to peace in the galaxy moving forward. Qui-Gon concurs. Indeed. He waves Obi-Wan back over. However, the future will have to wait for now. For the moment, the Queen is returning to Naboo in an attempt to free her planet personally. Vader begins marching towards the ship. Then we better not keep Her Majesty waiting. They all board the ship, with Jar Jar giving a preemptive celebration about going home. Somewhat naive given the circumstances, but amusing nonetheless. Plus, time to start a war. There is so much to think about, too much even. Vader is conflicted about his choice to spare Sidious. He knows that the long game was his best bet, but he feels that there is too much that could go wrong. However, Palpatine couldn't take him into account in his plans. He is an unknown variable, the only other person who knows how to play the game. He will have to be patient if he is going to beat Sidious, but he will do everything in his power to stop him. The flight back to Naboo feels longer than it should. Vader supposes it is the quiet. In an effort to distract himself and avoid aggravating anyone with his respiration device, he secludes himself to the engine room, making little tweaks every now and again to keep everything running smoothly, occasionally tinkering with his own prosthetics. He senses his younger self approaching. It is an odd sensation, feeling another version of yourself through the Force. Anakin knocks on the door. Hello. Vader opens the door with the Force and looks up from his work. Is something the matter, Anakin? Anakin walks in and hesitates. Maybe. It's about the Jedi. Vader knows what he's talking about and nods. They said you were too old. Anakin is taken aback. How did you know? Was it the Force? Anakin's momentarily starstruck expression amuses Vader slightly. No, they're just predictable. Oh, Anakin's expression returned to one of confusion, but what does it mean? Vader puts down his tools. Do you know how the Jedi recruit people? Anakin shakes his head. They take people as infants. They raise them to be Jedi and nothing else. They sometimes compensate the families, but not always. Anakin is taken aback. But that can't be right. The Jedi are good. Vader shakes his head. They try to be. However, I won't try and dissuade you from trying to become one. The Jedi lifestyle itself isn't too unpleasant, it's just not for certain people. And I'm sure if you put enough work in you can convince them that you can still be taught. Have faith in yourself. 1. Anakin is silent for a moment before nodding. Thanks. You're really wise. Vader chuckles. You're welcome. Anakin goes to leave, but he bumps into his mother. There are some apologies before Shmi tells Anakin to play Dejarik, hollow chess, with Padme. Once Anakin has left, Shmi turns to Vader, who attempts to remain cool-headed in her presence and returns to maintaining his hand. You're him, aren't you? She suddenly asks. Vader freezes, mostly in shock, partially in fear. How did she know? He decides to play dumb. Excuse me. She hesitates for a moment before smiling to herself. Sorry, it's just, the Jedi are so vague from the limited interaction I had with them, and I thought using a metaphor might work. Sorry for confusing you. Vader relaxed at this. It is quite all right. I'm simply a more direct person, and I'm not a Jedi. She sat down. So you've said. But back to what I mean. You were like him once? A slave? Yes. Vader answers. His mother nods. I thought as much. The way you act around him. It says enough. So I have to say, she lays her hand on his. Thank you. For everything you've done for us. Vader would have teared up, if he was physically capable of it. However, he simply goes with a simple. You're welcome. At this, Shmi stands up and leaves. She'd said what she needed to say. And it impacted the Sith Lord more than she could ever know. 5. They soon land on Naboo after getting past the blockade. That was a pain. Good thing Vader is the best pilot in the galaxy. They depart and look for the Gungans in the underwater city. Vader looks towards Theed in the distance. He hopes that he was able to plant enough doubt in Maul's mind for him to at least ask Vader what he knew. He turns to see Padme anxiously waiting at the edge of the lake for their Gungan companion. The initial meeting of the underwater race goes the same as the first time, albeit with more suspicious side glances in his direction, but nothing he hasn't seen before now. He only hopes that the day would end on a different note than last time. So here's the plan. Vader is with Panika, Padme, and the Jedi. The Gungan army will draw the droids away from the capital. Me and the Jedi will flank from the far left through the forest. We scale the wall and free any pilots or civilians we come across. The droids aren't independent thinkers, they all respond to a control center. The control center is blown, the whole army shuts down. So, destroy the ship, we win. It's a good plan. Qui-Gon nods. We leave at midday. 6. When the sun was in the middle of the sky, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan and Vader were advancing through the jungle towards Theed. They walk in complete silence, Vader taking the lead. They finally arrive at the massive wall that surrounds Theed. Obi-Wan pointedly looks at Vader. How do you plan to get up? Vader raises a hand and Obi-Wan goes flying up and landing on top of the wall. That's how. He jumps up and uses the Force to give himself an extra push midway before pulling up Qui-Gon gently as Obi-Wan rights himself. 5. They all drop down into the streets as they advance towards to the main hangar. They soon arrive and cut down the droids guarding them. Qui-Gon explains the plan to them and they run for their ships as the hangar door opens to reveal Maul. The Jedi present ready their lightsabers as Maul raises his hands. I surrender. On one condition. He points at Vader. You tell me the true intentions of my Moss. He's cut off by an explosion in the hangar that knocks everyone off balance. Various pieces of the building fall down. Vader and his companions jump out of the way. Maul, trained more in combat than in the Force, wasn't so lucky. It lands on top of him, crushing his legs and rendering him unconscious. There are more explosions as Obi-Wan attempts to dissuade Vader from recovering the Sith assassin. Just leave him. He is lost. If he is lost, he can be found. Vader retorts and runs over to the fallen Sith. 3. The explosions become more frequent as fire spreads around him. Looking at Maul's waist, he comes up with an idea. A terrible idea, but an idea. You'll thank me later. He ignites his saber and cuts Maul in half through the waist. Once Maul was cut in half, the smell of burnt Zabrak flesh impossibly strong. Vader will forever be grateful for his respirator in that moment. Vader quickly grabbed the more important half and ran with his Jedi companions as the hangar crumbles around them, barely making it out the exit before a final explosion marks the official end of the building. As the Force users gather their wits, they hear marching footsteps approach them. Obi-Wan takes note of the shadows advancing towards them from a nearby street. It would appear our cover is blown. Thank you for that input, Padawan. Vader sarcastically remarks. He sets Maul down using the Force and draws his saber, his companions following suit. Soon they were completely surrounded by droid forces. I am not going to be defeated by these disgraces to engineering. Vader thinks to himself and shifts into a fighting stance when the mechanical army suddenly shuts down. 3. Hesitating for a moment, the Force users put their weapons away and inspect the droids closest to them. Qui-Gon strides over to Vader. It would appear your plan succeeded, Lord Vader, and you have my thanks. He turns to Maul's prone form. I did not think you would risk yourself for an enemy. Sometimes an enemy is simply a misguided friend. Vader wisely states. Qui-Gon walks with Vader as they move to exit the city. Wise words. To celebrate the victory over the Trade Federation and the newfound peace between the Gungans and the Naboo Alliance, there was a parade. I never liked parades. Too gaudy. Padme chuckles from her place next to Vader. That may be so, but it was necessary. The people wanted to celebrate. They love you. Love. That was not traditionally a word used in the same sentence as Vader. Respect, maybe. Fear, absolutely. But love was reserved for people with families, loved ones, and friends. Vader had nothing. Excuse me. Vader leaves the revelries behind and heads for his room in the palace. On the way he sees Anakin playing with some children he had befriended while Shmi watched over him. In his room, Vader finds himself slaving away over designs for Maul's prosthetic legs, wondering about how time works. Are certain events fixed, or was this purely coincidental? He remembers the horrible things he has done during his years under Palpatine. No. This will not happen again. Vader was broken from his depressing line of thought by a protocol droid entering his chamber. Our guest wishes to see you in the infirmary, Lord Vader. Vader rises from his chair and follows the droid to the infirmary where Maul sits up on a bed glaring down at his missing appendages. He turns his glare to Vader when he enters. You took my legs. Vader crosses his arms and looks down at the enraged Zabrak. There are more pressing matters than your legs. Maul growls before composing himself enough to ask the question that has been on his tongue since Tatooine. You told me that I didn't know everything about my master, so tell me, what don't I know? Vader was searching for the words to explain when his gaze lands on his own saber. Unclipping it, he asks Maul his own question. Did he ever teach you psychometry? When Maul slowly nods, Vader tosses him the saber. With it in his hands, Maul focuses on the history the saber holds, and he sees terrible things. The death of Kirak and Philae, soon followed by the other countless lives taken by this blade. The Inquisitors. The rebels. Maul finally saw himself, older than he was, and frail, before reality came back into existence. Looking up at Vader, Maul can't even be angry. The only emotion crossing his face was shock. You are from the future. Vader nods. Sidious would do away with me. Another nod. Here, no work to be done, nothing to distract him, and in the presence of another who suffered as he did, Vader lets it truly settle in his mind what Sidious had planned. He promised me power, revenge, everything. And what do I have to show for it? A dead wife, dead children, and nothing but pain and death to my name. Vader and Maul's rage accumulated within the Force itself, invoking fear into the building's inhabitants. In that moment, Vader and Maul understood each other better than anyone else ever could. Maul shifts himself to be sitting at the edge of his bed and extends Vader's saber to him. What will you have me do, Master? 1. Elsewhere. Darth Sidious is contacting the Viceroy. Is it done? The explosives were placed in the hangar bay, as you suggested, my lord. He nervously responds. But your former apprentice was saved by the Jedi. Sidious scowls. That was no Jedi. The Viceroy curiously steps forward. Then what was he? A nuisance that will be dealt with. He hangs up. On Naboo, Vader is formulating plans for the coming Clone Wars when Padme enters his quarters. Turning to face her, Vader bows in respect. Your Majesty, I wasn't expecting you until we left for Coruscant. Padme giggles. Please, I should be bowing to you. I wanted to thank you personally for everything you have done for my people. Vader rises and waves her off. That is not necessary. You have already made your appreciation known. Padme persists. Known, but not shown. I will be personally funding the procedure to have you moved into your new armor. Vader is surprised. No, that is far too much, I couldn't possibly allow it. I insist. Padme fixes him with a stern glare. All is silent, bar Vader's breathing apparatus, and he concedes defeat. Fine. Padme smiles victoriously before leaving. Have a nice day, Lord Vader. Vader watches her leave and thinks to himself. Good to know she was always that stubborn. On Coruscant, Maul follows Vader and his entourage on his new prosthetics, the ones he has in Rebels. When they reach the steps of the Jedi Temple, Mace Windu is waiting for them. The shaved Jedi looks over the new dark side user, or at least what's left of him, and turns to Qui-Gon. You and your Padawan have certainly made it a habit of bringing in unwanted visitors. Qui-Gon shakes his head. Visitors perhaps, but not entirely unwanted as it would seem. Padme strides forth with a scowl. I should say so. Let it be known that these individuals are under the protection of Naboo, so I suggest you watch your tone. Windu is taken aback before nodding. As you wish, Your Highness. Padme nods, seemingly satisfied with the response, and leaves to deal with whatever political nonsense is taking place. Windu returns his gaze to the group. The Council wishes to speak with all of you. The Force users look at one another before following the Jedi Master. 1. We shall train young Anakin. The ensuing chaos and negotiations fades into the background as Vader and Yoda stare one another down. Unknown to those present, the Force powerhouses were probing one another through the Force, gauging their intentions. Finding no ill will towards one another, they relax. Ki-Adi-Mundi speaks up from the din. Master Yoda, surely you cannot agree to keep these Sith here of all places? Think of the younglings. Yoda hums in thought and looks intently at the Dark Force users. Sense harmful intentions, I do not. Stay, until found other residents, they have. The Council is on shock while Vader bows in respect. Thank you for your hospitality, Grand Master. The dark side users leave while the Jedi stay behind WLTH Anakin to discuss his training. When they are far enough away, Vader turns to his apprentice. Spar with me. I wish to gauge your abilities. Maul gives him a curt nod and they continue through the massive hallways. When they reach the training area, several masters and their Padawans see the Sith pair enter and quickly avert their eyes before leaving. Maul scoffs. Pathetic. Vader can't help but nod in agreement. Indeed. Opposite side of the courtyard, Draw your saber. Maul assumes his position and ignites his dual blades, Vader following suit. All is still for a moment before Maul charges with a battle cry. Although Maul is fast, Vader is more experienced and more skilled, rapidly parrying with ease despite his disabilities. You leave yourself open too often, and you choreograph your moves terribly. It makes you predictable, easy to counter. Maul growls and makes to charge again, making a wide swing. That turns out to be a mistake as Vader simply sidesteps him and kicks the back of his knees, forcing him to the ground and hovering his saber an inch from the Zabrik's neck. Try again. Many hours later, Coruscant's sun has set and Maul he's yet to even phase his master. Maul is left panting while Vader's presence looms around him. The problem is your anger. Maul looks at his master with a scowl. I am a Sith. My anger is my source of power. Vader shakes his head. That is not what I mean. Stand tall. Maul straightens himself out and brandishes his lightsaber. Vader assumes his fighting stance and they start circling one another. You use your anger but you lack focus. You have no goal. Maul steadily approaches his master. I have a goal. Kill the one who has forsaken me. Vader scoff. Vengeance. Such poor motivation. He suddenly attacks and locks sabers with his apprentice. Vengeance is temporary. What do you want? Not now, but for the future. What do you fight for? He force pushes Maul against the courtyard wall, effectively pinning him. Maul growls again. I want, and fight, for blood. Vader pushes harder, causing Maul's body to strain against the pressure. I want, family. Vader decreases the pressure to allow Maul some breathing room. Go on. Maul's expression softens slightly. I want to know who my family is. I want to know what they're like. I want to know who I am. I want to go home. With a primal cry, Maul manages to call upon the Force like never before and releases himself from Vader's invisible grasp, a large gust of wind forming between master and apprentice from the opposing powers. However, Maul isn't used to calling upon the Force with such intensity and loses his grasp on it and falls to his metal knees in exhaustion. Vader nods, seemingly satisfied, extinguishing his saber. Consider that your first lesson. Hate is not a Sith's only weapon, nor is it always their most powerful. Now come. It is late, and you need rest. By Darth 18. Follow. Your next lesson. Vader is back in the courtyard with Maul, several metal boxes surrounding them. The Jedi view the Force as a dangerous tool that should be used cautiously. I, however, would compare it more to a limb that must be exercised in order to function. If you see an opportunity to disarm or disable your opponent, do so. For example, a handful of boxes fly at Maul and he rapidly spins his saber to slice them in half. However, rather than stopping, the severed halves swerve around to attack Maul again, each swing of his saber increasing the targets, until he eventually heard the hun of his master's saber, signifying his defeat. Grumbling to himself, Maul extinguishes his saber. My apologies, Master. Vader shakes his head. A bad student can only come from a bad teacher. Come. We will focus on connecting you to the Force before applying it in combat. This is ludicrous. Vader has led Maul to the meditation garden of the Jedi Temple. You need to connect with the Force and learn patience. There is a time for rage and a time for focus. Maul turns to his master. The Jedi way is hypocritical and stumped in tradition. Vader nods. Their philosophy may be defective, but their techniques hold merit. Sit, learn. Maul assumes the lotus position underneath a great tree and closes his eyes. Soon after, he growls. I feel nothing. Vader strides up to his blind apprentice. Perhaps you need a simple nudge. Vader pokes his apprentice in the forehead and the Zabrik's eyes flutter closed. Vader looks at his gloved prosthetic. Something about that motion seemed familiar. He would occasionally use mind tricks in interrogation, but something about that subtle poke gave him a sense of déjà vu. It didn't sit well with him. 6. Much later, Maul finally comes to, and his eyes seem much clearer than before. The Zabrak smiles sadly. I saw Dathomir. I had forgotten it. He shakily rises to his feet and turns his gaze to his master. It is all connected. Life and death, light and dark. I finally see the truth. Thank you. Vader waves away the thanks. Think nothing of it. Come, let us try again. In the courtyard, Maul and Vader are surrounded by boxes again. Preparing himself, Maul closes his eyes and breathes. When Vader sends the boxes at him, he flips over the first one and uses the other as stepping stones, deflecting one and landing in the ground before his master. Looking up, he sees that the box he had deflected was hovering a few inches from his master's face. Vader drops the boxes around the courtyard and nods. Good. You're ready. Maul seems confused. Ready to what? Vader locks eyes with his apprentice. Ready to go home. The next day, Vader is in the midst of simple lightsaber training with his apprentice when a familiar queen steps from the temple. Ah, Queen Amidala. Vader uses the Force to slow his apprentice's movements and steps out of the way to speak with her. What brings you here? Padme smirks. I insist you simply call me Padme first of all, and secondly, remember my promise to you on Naboo. Vader realizes what she's here for. Ah, I see. I assume you have something organized. Padme nods. Indeed. Vader looks back at his slowed apprentice. Unfortunately, I must ask a further favor from you. Rather than annoyed, Padme seems interested. And what would this favor entail? Vader looks down at her. I require a ship to go to Dathomir. Padme is shocked by his choice of planet. Dathomir? No pilot would dare fly there. Vader waves off the concern. That won't be an issue, I will simply pilot it myself. I only require a droid. Padme appears in thought before smiling. I have just the droid in mind. 22. Are you ready, Lord Vader? A medical droid asks. Vader is currently in a medical facility for his suit transfer. He nods at the droid. He is soon suspended in a Bacta tank while various robotic arms remove his armor and prosthetics. Many hours, and a few close calls later, Vader emerges in his new suit. 10. Vader stretches out and relaxes slightly. The agony of his old suit had been filled to a simple ache he could ignore, and everything was much clearer. He exits the room to see Padme and his apprentice waiting, the latter meditating in his chair. An all too familiar astromech beeps at Vader's feet. I suppose this is the droid. Padme nods firmly. Absolutely. He has served us well before, as you are aware. I hope he is up to your standards. Vader looks down at the blue and white droid and is overcome with fond memories. Yes, he will do perfectly. Although, a new paint job might be in order. The astromech beeps quickly, suggesting different colors. After R2 was painted in black and red, a look he very much enjoyed, the Sith duo prepare to board the Naboo ship that had been lent to them when they sense several presences behind them and turn around. They see Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Padme, and Anakin. Maul is genuinely confused by their arrival. What are all of you doing here? Padme steps forward with the group. We are going with you. Vader shakes his head. No. Qui-Gon decides to give his 2 credits. With all due respect, I don't believe you have a choice in the matter. Me and my Padawan have been charged with teaching Anakin personally, and I strongly believe that experience is the best teacher. Padme presses on that point. And no other planet has established a political connection with Dathomir, so I plan on being the first. Vader looks over the determined group and sighs. He misses being able to choke people who pulled things like this. Get on the ship. 13. Something about hyperspace soothed Vader, put him into a state of mind similar to meditation. It drove most people to madness. Lord Vader is not most people. This is why, when the ship reached a reasonable distance from the planet, where his companions went about the ship to participate in various activities, he simply sat in the bridge, and stared. Evidently no one thought to interrupt him, since when he snapped out of his trance, it was because they had come out of hyperspace and were approaching a familiar red planet. 5. Vader lands them outside the swamps where the Night Sisters live. Needless to say, the reception was less than welcome. No sooner had the group set foot on the planet and they find themselves surrounded by Zabruks. Vader steps forth from the group. "We mean no harm. We only wish to speak with Mother Talzin. We have something that belongs to her." Taking that as his cue, Maul steps forth, eliciting shocked whispers from those present. A Night Sister approaches them, green wisps fading from her hands. "Follow." The group is escorted through the swamps before entering the red, wooded areas where the Night Sisters reside. Vader takes note of the odd cocoons suspended from the branches. Why? They arrive at the Night Sisters' residence, some of the Night Brothers wandering around doing labor tasks. They enter a large building that seems to come forth from the rock face it rests against. Entering reveals a Night Sister in a more ornate robe than the others, hunched over something glowing. "I have been expecting you." Her voice echoes throughout Vader's very being, as if the Force itself was telling him to listen. "We have much to discuss." After a very heartfelt reunion between mother and son, Padme shed a tear. Maul, Padme, Anakin and the two Jedi were sent to mingle among the Zabruks. A giddy Maul was a strange thing indeed. Vader turns to follow them when he hears Mother Talzin's echoing voice. "Wait." Vader faces the matriarch. "You are not from here." Vader fails to see the point. "I feel as if that much is obvious." Talzin shakes her head, seemingly in disappointment. "No. You are not from here." In that moment, it clicked. She knows. How? As of Sensei the Sith Lord's confusion, she continues. "While we are cut off from the rest of the galaxy, I am not wholly unaware of certain events. Especially when such a powerful presence seemingly manifests itself from nothing. I hope to hear about all that brought you here." After explains his situation, Talzin looks contemplative. "And what of the people of Dathomir? Where do they stand in the world you come from?" Her first concern is her people. She is much like Padme in that regard. He answers gently. "You are extinct and forgotten by the world." Okay, not gently. Rather than shocked, angry, or in denial, Talzin takes this news surprisingly well and follows that up with a question. "And why do you think that came to be?" Vader thinks carefully before answering. "You are like the Jedi." Under Talzin's questioning look, he elaborates. "You are steeped in tradition and are mostly cut off from the galaxy, especially politically. You have little technology and no allies. You were overwhelmed by the droid army and your magic failed you. You relied so much on what came before that the present moment was too much and it killed you." Talzin seems almost impressed by the analysis before pressing on. "And why are you here and not with your master?" Vader scowls beneath his helmet. "My former master is inhumane and the galaxy will be all the better without him. And I believe we can help one another." Talzin looks intrigued. "How so?" Vader passed Maul and the others during whatever it is they're doing. Noticing Vader's departure, Padme catches up to him. "Where are you going, Lord Vader?" The Sith turns to the Queen. "I am currently securing an agreement with Mother Talzin. I merely have to retrieve something for her." Padme smiles, glad. "That is good. I suppose this is where you will establish your temple." Vader nods. "Indeed. Now, if you will excuse me. R2, come with me." The astromech emerges from a group of Zabruk children who were interested in the metal thing and follows quickly behind Vader, beeping the question about where they're going. We are going to Ratatok. Arriving at the war-torn planet, Vader tells R2 to stay on the ship. This planet was no stranger to outlaws, bounty hunters or criminals of all kinds, but Vader in his black armor and flowing cape drew attention. A lot of attention. Vader walks up to a group that heard him coming before they saw him. Bring me to Halstead. 1. Vader was led to a particular building in the settlement. Entering reveals pirates and criminals engaging in all kinds of unsavory activities, from gambling to other things. Vader walks up to the front of the room where a big-headed pirate sat with a Dathomirian girl holding a plate. Ventress. Halstead looks at the newcomer his crew brought in. Who are you? Vader introduces himself. I am known to many as Darth Vader. The pirate rolls his eyes at the respect Vader commanded. All right then Darth, state your case and leave. The Sith Lord seethed at the disrespect and misuse of his title, but kept his cool, his goal clear in mind. I was hoping to procure a slave. He points at Ventress. That one. Her mother sent me to bring her back. The Dathomirian question looks at her master confused. You said my mother didn't want me. The pirate smiles nervously. And she didn't. I would never have stolen you. Haven't I been a kind master? Well, if you are so kind, then there won't be a problem with me taking her to see her family will there. The warlord's smile grows stiff as he looks at Ventress out of the corner of his eye. Of course not. He makes a vague gesture and Ventress hesitantly steps towards Vader before finding herself with a blaster to her skull. Don't move. I don't know how you think you are, but a Night Sister is very valuable and you're a fool to think I'll let this one go. The distressed Zabrak struggles. Master, what? Her master presses the blaster to her head harder. Shut you! He's cut off by a sudden tightness around his neck. He drops his blaster and falls to his knees. The last thing he sees before death is Vader flicking his wrist. As Halstead's body drops to the floor, his crew look around at one another, unsure what to do. Vader flicks his cape to the side, revealing his saber. That pretty much cements their decision to leave. Ventress is in shock, stuck staring at the body of who she thought was a kind man. Sighing, Vader slowly approaches, not even his respirator eliciting a response from the girl. He lays a gentle hand in her shoulder. I am so sorry. He stops when the former slave wraps her arms around his waist, tears soaking the small section of cape stuck between them. Vader cautiously returns the hug. When he found out he had traversed time, he expected a lot of things. One thing he didn't expect was to be so popular with children. The way back to Dathomir was awkward, the uncomfortable silence only being broken by the occasional sniffle from the former slave and the constant hum of hyperspace. Vader was anxiously waiting to land on the planet. She would get help surrounded by her own kind, her own culture, her own family. Vader did not let the minor victory go to his head, even as they landed. There was still much to do. Vader brought the girl to the village, where someone, he assumes the girl's mother, envelops her in a tight hug. Vader looks to Talzin. I have held up my end of the bargain. She studies Asagi intently. So you have. Very well. You may build your temple on our lands, and will always find safety here. Vader bows his head in respect. Thank you, Mother Talzin. You will not regret this kindness. The Zabraks and Night Sisters quickly went to work building the temple soon after it was designed. Vader wanted to make a safe haven for those who could not stand the light. It had to be perfect. He based the temple's design on his castle on Mustafar. A tall spire, the tip being where his council would sit, with everything below being training rooms. At the very base, the place where the students would sleep, meditate, learn, build their sabers, even take up hobbies if they wished. Individuality will be something encouraged, rather than smothered under Vader's rule. At the entrance, a large set of stone doors inscribed with ancient Sith runes, and at the center, the symbol of Vader's new order. 2. While his companions cook and go to do their own duties, Vader only has his plan. He wouldn't leave the planet until it was finished. Normally, a temple of such size would take months, or even years to build. Thankfully, the Night Sisters' magic, the Night Brothers' strength and Vader's own abilities sped up the process, and the temple was completed in only a month. With the last stone set in place, Vader felt immense satisfaction and pride. He has a temple, now he needs students. And answers. He boards the ship that had been gifted to him, with R2 ready to go. R2, set a course for Malachor. The ship lands on the cracked, barren wasteland that is the surface of the Sith planet. Vader looks to the ground and ignites his saber. Slicing through the thin crust, he falls through the open air, waiting until the last second to cushion his fall. He looks over the petrified bodies of Jedi and Sith alike, and could almost hear the battle that took place. Wandering the streets, he heads towards the temple at the center of the ruins. Reaching out through the Force, he looks for the cause of his accident. He sees it, deep below the temple. A massive kyber crystal. And it's been blooded. Not even Sidious dared bloody a crystal half this size for the Death Star. The fact it's stable is a testament to the skills of the ancient Sith. His foot nudges something, and he looks down, expecting to see one of the hundreds of abandoned sabers. There's some TVing buried beneath the ash. Vader bends down, and brushes away the debris to reveal something much more valuable than a saber. A Sith holocron. It survived. He picks it up and inspects it. What forgotten secrets do you hold? He opens the mechanism. At that moment, every Force user from one side of the galaxy to the other could feel nothing short of primal, unbridled rage from an unknown source. And they all feared the being that could make them feel like this. So cold. So alone. So afraid. Vader storms through the Jedi Temple, holocron in hand, and anger so potent any Jedi who came within walking distance had trouble breathing. While it wasn't as palpable as it had been on Malachor, having had time to cool off in the ship, he was still enraged. He could sense the Jedi Council in their chamber as he approached, worrying over whatever debate they were in the middle of. He forces open the door, the hinges creaking under the strain. They all turn to their heads to him. Vader notices that Shaak Ti had replaced Yaddle. Windu was the first to question him. "What are you doing here?" Vader turns to him, rage buffeting the Master. "I am here to reveal the truth. Do you know what this is?" He throws the holocron into the center of the room, provoking Windu to ignite his purple saber. Vader judges him. "And you say the Sith are quick to anger? How hypocritical." Windu prepares to engage the Sith in a duel, but is stopped by an elderly voice. "Listen to what he has to say, we will." Windu sends a pleading look to the ancient Grand Master. "Master Yoda, he has brought a Sith artifact into our temple." Vader counters his argument. "A temple you built atop the remains of a Sith temple. Funny how that works, isn't it?" Windu scowls, but Yoda raises a hand. "Listen, we will. Disarm yourself, you will." Windu meets Yoda's stern look and puts his lightsaber away. "Yes, Master." Nodding, Vader continues his speech. "This holocron holds secrets about both the Sith and Jedi that I will now reveal to you. Attempt to destroy this information, and I will not hesitate to take you down with it." He waves his hand and the holocron opens, a holographic list of dates appearing. Plo Koon strokes his chin in thought at seeing the list. The latest entry is over 1,000 years ago. Vader nods. "Indeed. Let's take a look at that last entry. You'll be surprised by its contents." He waves his hand again, and the holocron shifts its mechanisms, levitating in the air, and the walls of the council chamber peel away. Yoda keeps Windu in his chair. "Merely an illusion, this is. Of old times, it is." Once the council chamber has completely disappeared, it reveals a colorful town with bright blue skies and citizens milling about on their daily business. Koth looks around in awe along with a number of the other masters, excluding Yoda and Windu. What is this place? Vader answers bluntly. It is Malachor. The wonder and awe dims into disbelief. Windu scoffs. Impossible. Malachor was a Sith planet. Rather than answering with words, Vader points off into the distance, the Jedi following until they see the Sith temple that had ended the planet looming at the center of the town. The Jedi look around to see some figures in hoods and dark armor, the citizens barely acknowledging them or acting as if they were old friends. Why are they acting as if the Sith are their friends? They are evil. Suddenly, a ship lands in the streets, a man in fancy robes and several Jedi exit, the smaller children hiding behind the Sith. 5. Yoda regards the man with interest. Familiar with this Jedi, I am not. Odd, this is. Close to my time, these events are. Darth Bane strolls down the street towards the ship, making the council tense. But rather than attacking, he greets the Jedi. Grandmaster. I am glad you could make it. The council erupts with disbelief, claiming that this man was never a Grandmaster. Vader's cold aura silences them as the event continues. The supposed Grandmaster nods. Yes, well, with the truce so imminent, how could I not join in the festivities? The two Grandmaster of Sith and Jedi walk down the street, engaging in idle small talk, the illusion moving to follow them. The Jedi Grandmaster nods to the knights that came with him. The illusion fades to the inside of the Sith temple, the mysterious Grandmaster regarding the holocron at the center pedestal with interest. So this is the weapon that has bared us from the planet for so long. Bane chuckles slightly. It's more of a shield than a weapon, but to each their own. Come. I will show you the training grounds. The apprentices are eager to test their strength against your knights. Darth Bane goes to leave, but suddenly draws his lightsaber to deflect an attack from the Grandmaster. You dare! The council watch this event with veiled disbelief. Why would a Jedi, the Grandmaster no less, attack without provocation? I only dare, because you Sith have taken too much from us. You are parasites. His rage peaking, Darth Bane force pushes the Jedi Grandmaster into a wall and leaving him unconscious. Hearing sound from outside, Bane runs to the wall and looks outside, seeing Jedi slaughter his people. No. He dodges another attack from the Grandmaster. I thought you Jedi preach about peace and honor. Where is your honor now? They engage in a fierce duel, trading blows with one another endlessly. The council can't believe their eyes. At one point, the opposing Grandmasters lock sabers. When this is over, there will not be an apprentice, master, or youngling left alive to preach your cause. You will be forgotten. Darth Bane growls, and disengaging his saber and causing the Jedi Grandmaster to stumble, and uses force lighting at his max output, launching the roasting Grandmaster into the holocron, the energy of the lightning causing it to explode. The entire temple begins to shake and massive amounts of power surge from the Kyber crystal powering the structure. With the power surge, Darth Bane uses Tudominus to protect himself from the energies. It only lasts moments, but to the observers, it felt like eternity. When it's all over, Bane runs out of the temple, and only sees the petrified forms of his people. He falls to his knees and screams. The holocron falls to the floor as the illusion disappears, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Vader regards their expressions with indifference. What do you have to say for yourselves? Vader doesn't bother letting them answer, opting to storm out if the council chambers to let them stew in the discovery. In his ship, Vader seethes. The Jedi act all high and mighty, meanwhile they rot imbalance and hypocrisy. Pathetic. He is brought out of his thoughts by Maul calling him. Yes. Maul seems nervous, almost jittery. Master, my brother, Savage, has shown signs of being force sensitive, and I was hoping I could teach him our ways, but he refuses to join our order out of loyalty to Mother Talzin, but I was hoping you could make an exception. Vader looks at Maul. There will be no exceptions. Maul drops at that because there is no need for one. Maul becomes confused at that. Excuse me. Vader explains. You do not need to swear loyalty to me to learn how to harness the power of the Force. That is like asking permission to use a limb. As our cause grows, we will of course of our secrets for the sake of security, but common Force techniques are not among those secrets. Teach the other Zabraks fighting techniques as well, if they volunteer, and let it be known to the Night Sisters that our ways are theirs to learn as well. Maul seems elated. Yes, Master. Thank you. The call cuts out and Vader lets a small smile grace his masked face. At least he has some semblance of students. 10. On Dathomir, Vader enters Mother Talzin's home. May I ask what enraged you so? Merely the hypocrisy of the Jedi. Mother Talzin nods, seeming to understand his meaning. Why have you come to my home, Lord Vader? Vader places the holocron on the table. This is a holocron. It is a device that stores knowledge, and only people attuned to the correct branch of the Force are capable of opening it. I'm sure that, with time, you will be able to make them for your Night Sisters. Talzin examines the glowing red pyramid with interest. What if your payment? Vader shakes his head. We are allies. Consider it an act of goodwill. Talzin weighs away the attempt at charity. The Night Sisters leave no debt unpaid, even among our own. Vader knows better than to deny a person their culture, and simply bows out of thanks and respect. As you wish. I will leave the payment up to you. Straightening himself, Vader leaves the ancient witch to her ponderings. 9. Vader wanders the nearest village to his temple, along with various menial tasks, occasionally fixing up a primitive blaster. At one point he passes by Maul teaching other Zabraks and even a handful of Dathomirians basic fighting stances. Soon enough he feels a powerful presence approaching, and turns to see Asajj Ventress running to him. When she gets to him, she is heavily winded. Lord Vader. I have something to ask you. The Dathomirian that collected Asajj when she was brought back runs up to them soon after. Asajj, you can't run off like that. She bows. My apologies, Lord Vader. Vader waves away the apology. Think nothing of it. Truthfully, I am curious as to what she has to ask of me. Having caught her breath, Asajj looks up at the Sith. Make me your apprentice. She demands. Asajj. Asajj's mother scolds. I have heard of how the Jedi do things, and even if I must devote my entire life to you and even, never see my family, I will gladly serve the man who saved me. Vader looks down at the young Dathomirian. Who said you can't see your family? Asajj looks up at him, confused. But the Jedi. I am not the Jedi. Vader erupts, sounding offended. In my order, you may pursue whatever passion you like, see your family, and whatever you might need to achieve greatness. If it's all right with your mother. Two sets of eyes turn to Asajj's mother, one pleading, the other curious. She looks at both of them before settling on her daughter. Is this really what you want? After her daughter nods enthusiastically, she turns to Vader. Will I be able to see her? Vader nods. Whenever you like. After some consideration, the mother nods with slightly teary eyes. Vader turns to Maul's group a small distance away. Maul. When his apprentice turns to him, he continues. Expect a curriculum for new students. Vader doesn't bother letting them answer, opting to storm out if the council chambers to let them stew in the discovery. In his ship, Vader seethes. The Jedi act all high and mighty, meanwhile they rot imbalance and hypocrisy. Pathetic. He is brought out of his thoughts by Maul calling him. Yes. Maul seems nervous, almost jittery. Master, my brother, Savage, has shown signs of being Force sensitive, and I was hoping I could teach him our ways, but he refuses to join our order out of loyalty to Mother Talzin, but I was hoping you could make an exception. Vader looks at Maul. There will be no exceptions. Maul drops at that because there is no need for one. Maul becomes confused at that. Excuse me. Vader explains. You do not need to swear loyalty to me to learn how to harness the power of the Force. That is like asking permission to use a limb. As our cause grows, we will of course of our secrets for the sake of security, but common Force techniques are not among those secrets. Teach the other Zabraks fighting techniques as well, if they volunteer, and let it be known to the Night Sisters that our ways are theirs to learn as well. Maul seems elated. Yes, Master. Thank you. The call cuts out and Vader lets a small smile grace his masked face. At least he has some semblance of students. 10. On Dathomir, Vader enters Mother Talzin's home. May I ask what enraged you so? Merely the hypocrisy of the Jedi. Mother Talzin nods, seeming to understand his meaning. Why have you come to my home, Lord Vader? Vader places the holocron on the table. This is a holocron. It is a device that stores knowledge, and only people attuned to the correct branch of the Force are capable of opening it. I'm sure that, with time, you will be able to make them for your Night Sisters. Talzin examines the glowing red pyramid with interest. What if your payment? Vader shakes his head. We are allies. Consider it an act of goodwill. Talzin weighs away the attempt at charity. The Night Sisters leave no debt unpaid, even among our own. Vader knows better than to deny a person their culture, and simply bows out of thanks and respect. As you wish. I will leave the payment up to you. Straightening himself, Vader leaves the ancient witch to her ponderings. 9. Vader wanders the nearest village to his temple, along with various menial tasks, occasionally fixing up a primitive blaster. At one point he passes by Maul teaching other Zabraks and even a handful of Dathomirians basic fighting stances. Soon enough he feels a powerful presence approaching, and turns to see Asajj Ventress running to him. When she gets to him, she is heavily winded. Lord Vader. I have something to ask you. The Dathomirian that collected Asajj when she was brought back runs up to them soon after. Asajj, you can't run off like that. She bows. My apologies, Lord Vader. Vader waves away the apology. Think nothing of it. Truthfully, I am curious as to what she has to ask of me. Having caught her breath, Asajj looks up at the Sith. Make me your apprentice. She demands. Asajj. Asajj's mother scolds. I have heard of how the Jedi do things, and even if I must devote my entire life to you and even never see my family, I will gladly serve the man who saved me. Vader looks down at the young Dathomirian. Who said you can't see your family? Asajj looks up at him, confused. But the Jedi. I am not the Jedi. Vader erupts, sounding offended. In my order, you may pursue whatever passion you like, see your family, and whatever you might need to achieve greatness. If it's all right with your mother. Two sets of eyes turn to Asajj's mother, one pleading, the other curious. She looks at both of them before settling on her daughter. Is this really what you want? After her daughter nods enthusiastically, she turns to Vader. Will I be able to see her? Vader nods. Whenever you like. After some consideration, the mother nods with slightly teary eyes. Vader turns to Maul's group a small distance away. Maul. When his apprentice turns to him, he continues. Expect a curriculum for new students. During his time in the Jedi Temple, there was a short time where he and Ventress would walk past one another, barely sparing the other a sideways glance. Anakin occasionally heard of Asajj Ventress, a fellow slave that quickly became a prodigy. The rumors reminded the young Jedi of himself. Looking upon her now, Vader can see that same drive and talent, applied to a field much more suited to her. The way of the Jedi wasn't for everyone. The Jedi way did not have any place for things such as passion or drive, only patience, meaning being eager could only take you so far. The dark side, however, was built around passion, drive, and sheer will. These things meant that Asagi made leaps and bounds during her curriculum, mastering simple force tricks at a speed that rivaled young Anakin himself. By the time the Clone Wars came around, if they came around, she would be a force, pardon the pun, to be reckoned with. Watching her train with such vigor, Vader felt the tiniest bit like Anakin again. Right now, she was lifting a series of rocks in a circle around her, each heavier than the last. Beads of sweat ran down her pale skin, but she grits her teeth and refuses to relent. Stubbornness was a trait he admired, both in a student and a potential Sith. Walking up to her, he lifts a hand to take away the weight of the stones. "You've done enough for today. Rest." Rising from her place on the ground, she is slightly hunched over with exhaustion. "I can do more." R2, who accompanies Vader most places, zaps her for her stubbornness. "Ouch. Stupid tin bag." She kicks R2 and he shocks her again, causing her to jump back, holding her shin and glaring at the astromech. Vader sighs. He admired stubbornness, yes, but there were times he wished she was slightly less so. You cannot train forever. Doing too much is often worse than not doing enough. You will rest, and we will continue with basic combat training later. Besides, you wouldn't want to. 2/2. Miss your mother's visit, would you? Asagi was gone as soon as he finished his sentence, eager to see her mother again despite her last visit only being the day before yesterday. He chuckles at his second apprentice's antics. Now alone with R2 in the isolated, rocky area of Dathomir, he turns to his faithful droid. "May I have my communicator, R2?" The droid produces the device from one of his many storage units. "Thank you." Activating it, he sees Maul. "Maul, how goes your progress on Malachor?" Maul salutes his master before answering. "It is going well. We have collected many of the lightsabers here, and we can soon begin extracting the Kyber crystal from the temple." Vader nods. "Good. How are the workers?" He refers to the other Zabraks and Night Sisters Maul brought with him in order to collect the sabers. "They are doing well, and working diligently." Vader nods again. "Good news so far. But an issue needed to be addressed. I hope you know that Kyber crystals are one of the secrets we will keep. If any go missing, find it, and the one responsible. Is that understood?" He couldn't always be the good guy. If he is seen as soft, people may question his authority. Rather than disturbed by the implied threat, Maul seems calm. "There will be no need. While they are primarily loyal to Dathomir, we are allies, and they have honor. To steal from an ally would be a disgrace." Vader also admired faith. Such a thing was in such short supply these days. When Maul came back from Malachor, it was with a horde of Jedi and Sith lightsabers along with a very large, red Kyber crystal. Vader did not specifically plan on powering the temple with such a thing, but a few modifications to the temple and it was a simple thing. The lightsabers would be kept in storage until Asagi felt the need to modify or experiment with her lightsaber, but until that point, he felt he had to make a call. He remembered finding his first crystal, and making his own lightsaber. As someone with experience with machines, he was the first to finish without affecting the quality of his weapon. He felt that his own students deserved that feeling that it gave him, that satisfaction at having been chosen by such a unique and powerful object, and the dopamine rush of making your first lightsaber. So, he made a call. "Master Yoda." Yoda very rarely displayed emotions beyond on guard, at ease, contemplative, or in extremely uncommon cases, mildly annoyed, but for a moment, the Grand Master almost seemed relieved at Vader's call, in a way someone is relieved when they're pulled away from an awkward conversation. "Lord Vader, unexpected, this is. Brought you to call me, what did?" Vader considered lying, dodging the question or any number of things. Yoda would most likely see through it, but that wasn't the problem. If he backed out now, he'd be disappointed in himself. So, he settled on a decision. "For my students." He swallows his pride. I was hoping my newest student would be able to accompany you to Ilum for the gathering. Absolutely not. Mace Windu appears on the communicator with a scowl on his face. We will not allow for a Sith to gain access to one of our most scared grounds. The extremely rare mild annoyance appears on Yoda's face. Speak for all the council, you do. When the master is left in silence, Yoda makes a motion that looks like he's turning towards other people. Vader guessed he was interrupting something. For your opinions, I ask. There is muffled speaking from the room. This may take a while. He is familiar with the council's methods. Allow you and your students to accompany us, I will. Vader jolts at that. The council never made a decision this quickly. Very well. I thank you for your generosity, Master Yoda. Getting the Jedi Council to let his apprentice onto Ilum was surprisingly easy. It was getting Ventress to agree that was proving difficult. I'm not going. Exceedingly difficult. You must. You will be able to interact with children your age from other species. The Sith Empire will protect the galaxy, which means you must be familiar with the galaxy. You cannot stay on Dathomir forever. Ventress huffs. Why not? Vader sighs. There is a wider galaxy out there, with so many beautiful things, and it may one day need you to protect it. It is best to live while you can. I should have. Asaji's expression changes to concern. What do you mean by that? Vader gives her a sad look that goes unseen behind his mask before sitting down. Did I ever tell you why I became a Sith? Asaji shakes her head. I was once a slave, like you. I worked alongside my mother every day. One day, Jedi show up, and they managed to take me to Coruscant to train me. They left my mother behind. I trained every day in the hope I may one day see her again and free my fellow slaves. I secretly got married during that time. One day, I began to be plagued by nightmares of my mother's death. I pleaded with the Jedi Council to tell me what to do, and they said I should let her die. I didn't like that. I went to find her, and found out she had been murdered by a small troop of nomads. She died in my arms. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I was confused. I was angry. So I slaughtered them. All of them. Not just the men, but the women, and the children too. The emotion grows in his voice as he subtly speaks of the Tuscans, before settling back into melancholy. After that, I felt terrible. I cried in my wife's arms. And years after, I dreamed of her death too. He hears Ventress gasp. I was desperate. She was the only thing I loved in the world. I couldn't lose her. I was approached by the one who would become my master. He told me there was a way, but it couldn't be taught by a Jedi. He turned me from my beliefs, from my wife, from everything I had fought to achieve. I became Darth Vader. I killed children that day. And many more after. And the worst part is, she died anyway. My actions led to her death. All because I had nothing left to lose. He looks at Asaji's disbelieving expression, full of shock and horror. Believe me when I say you don't want that to happen, because when you have nothing, you become nothing. I was left with no purpose, so I helped my master spread suffering and death wherever he wanted me to. An old friend recently knocked some sense into me after I thought I had fallen too far to be found again. I will never be who I once was. I have done too much to even try. But I can be a better version of Darth Vader. I can still be me. Asaji is left with tears in her eyes, her master's story having moved her. I'll go. Vader nods. Thank you. The flight to Ilum was quiet. Too quiet. At the bare minimum Asaji fidgeted during long waits. Not now. He supposed his sob story hit deeper than intended. There was nothing to do about it now though. She would have to learn sooner or later. He allowed his mind to melt away under hyperspace, letting himself go through his pseudo-meditation. He's brought out of his trance by the ice planet suddenly coming into view, and Vader seizes the controls in order to land safely. He sets the ship down next to the ship Yoda had used to bring the younglings there. Most of the younglings steer clear of Vader when he exits his ship. Except for one. An orange Togruta wraps Vader's legs in a hug. Lord Vader. The Sith Lord pats her head. Young Ahsoka, I was not expecting to see you so soon. Asajj, come out of the ship. 1. Asajj leaves the ship, wearing the thicker shawl she had been given, a light glare on her face. Of all the biomes, why did it have to be an ice planet? When she reaches Vader, he gives her a strong look. At least try to make some friends. Asajj rolls her eyes and enters the group of Jedi younglings. Vader watches as they enter the cave. Vader stares at the cave, awaiting his apprentice's return. Yoda gives him a questioning look. Worried for your apprentice, are you? There were a few ways Vader could take that question. He opted for the one most likely to confuse the ancient Grand Master. No, I have complete faith in her abilities. I'm merely nostalgic. Yoda is still for a moment before nodding. Indeed. Bring fond memories, these trips do. My reason for volunteering, it is. Vader chuckles. A Jedi acting out of self-pleasure? How scandalous. Yoda chuckles along with him. A droid, I am not. Take into account, the code does not. More to learn, the Jedi have. Many mistakes, we have made. Responsible for that revelation, you are. Vader crosses his arms, eyes still trained on the cave. I don't think a lot of Jedi think that way. Yoda shakes his head. Of same opinion, many are. Merely loud, the few are. Vader finally turns to the shorter master. The few being Windu. Yoda sighs, seeming melancholy. Stubborn, my former apprentice is. Stuck in the old ways, his views are. My fault, this may be. Yoda slumps over slightly, tired. Long time since I have questioned his choices, it has been spiteful, he may have become. More concern, I should have shown. Vader chooses his next words carefully. The first step to fixing a problem is recognizing that there is a problem. Talk to him, not as a master, but as a friend. Yoda takes these words into consideration. Wise beyond your years, you are. Experience in this, have you? Vader watches as the younglings exit the cave. A little. Vader did not have the luxury of letting hyperspace take his mind on the flight back from Ilum. He was occupied by Asajj talking his ear off about a certain Togruta she had been forced to spend time with in the caves. Her words were gruff and irritated, but her tone betrayed her intentions. Vader did not truly mind the interruption. It was nice, hearing his apprentice had made a friend. The years after Asajj had been given her first crystal were surprising, to say the least. When encouraged to experiment with her lightsaber stances, Asajj grabbed a lightsaber from the temple storage, and after some modifications, it mirrored her first one. The parallel to his timeline was concerning, but Vader was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. Asajj was irritated when she wasn't allowed to immediately bloody her crystal, with Vader wanting her to master her own techniques beforehand. Then there was his first youngling. A poor human woman had found out about his up-and-coming empire and had sought him out. Rather than simply taking the child and letting the woman visit, she was allowed to stay on Dathomir, as long as she made herself useful. She was quite happy now. After that, there was an influx of Padawans of all ages. People who hadn't given their children to the Order swarmed to Dathomir to let him teach their children about their abilities. The families of the Padawans became the temple staff, keeping things clean and organized, and even running the slowly developing archives. It was a functional system, and at the top was Vader, the Grand Master of the Sith. The Emperor, though he refused to use that title. Grand Master was good enough for him. A bit of very good news was when Talzin unveiled the newest holocron. exclusive to the Night Sisters. It was a crystalline globe, with smoky black and green swirling within. 2. 7. But back to the good part. Asagi was in the final bout of her training, and soon, she would bloody her crystals and be his second inquisitor, Maul having been the first. She was very determined to earn that title. Her goal: land a single hit on Vader. Their fight had gone on for a short while now, with Ventress beginning to tire. She leaps over him with a downward slash in an attempt to catch him off guard. It didn't work how she expected. Before her feet made contact with the ground, her master had force pushed her into the nearby wall, stunning her. Picking herself up, she grabs her blue and green sabers and charges with a yell. Locking sabers with her master, they stare one another down before she ducks beneath their weapons and between his legs, kicking him in the back before freezing. Vader turns to his shocked apprentice. Impressive, most impressive. He extinguishes his saber and extends a hand to her. This is long overdue. Asagi was taken to a chamber with a stone workbench at the center. Place your crystals there. Asagi uses the force to disassemble her lightsabers, exposing the crystal and having them float above the stone surface. Now focus. Turn all of your hate, rage, and resentment towards the crystal. Asagi's hand hovers over her crystals, her face an image of pure anger, imagining all the bad things she had been forced to endure in her early life. Taken from her mother, her home, only ever being looked at as an asset, as a tool. Looking down at her palm, she sees her crystals, red as blood. And all the resentment leaves her, being replaced with elation. She had done it. A cybernetic hand rests on her shoulder. I am very proud of you. You will achieve greatness. After that, Vader had let the newly appointed First Sister have the day off of her studies to celebrate amongst her family and peers in her proudly worn uniform. Vader elected to watch over the other students before engaging in any festivities, but was interrupted by a call from Padme. Senator Amidala, what a pleasant surprise. What is this about? Padme shuffles, uncomfortable. There was an attempt on my life when I returned to Coruscant. So it's that time now, and the Republic is attempting to go through with commissioning an army. After the recent attack, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Anakin have been assigned as my bodyguards. I was hoping you could at least be one of them, as there is an issue I must speak of with you. Dragging Asagi from her revelry was surprisingly easy. She was very eager to prove herself worthy of her new position, and guarding a politician was good enough to at least get her excited. Vader brought R2 as well. They board an elevator that already had the Jedi trio aboard. Master Qui-Gon, it's been a long time. And that much was true. While he had aged gracefully, there were still signs of old age creeping up on the Jedi. The Master nods. Indeed, it has. They settled into a comfortable silence after that. At least, it was comfortable for most. For Vader, it left him with his thoughts, and his thoughts had taken a strange turn as of late. His mind wandered to Talzin, her determination, her loyalty, her dedication to her people. So much like Padme. Granted, no one could ever replace Padme, but Vader was forced to confront his feelings in that silent elevator. Perhaps he had a thing for righteous leaders? Vader was borderline relieved when the doors opened for the group. Vader won't take people as babies, unless they are volunteered, similar to a foster care system. The people offered willingly will still be called younglings. Above youngling will be the acolyte and apprentice. Then there will be inquisitors, the equivalent to a Jedi Knight and temple guards. Above inquisitor will be the Sith Council, the most powerful and wisest Sith. They will provide advice and other viewpoints on things, but Vader, Grand Master, Darth title, makes the final decision. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through the rule of many we live on. The rule of many is an idea I came up with while looking through the rules the Sith follow. Palatine came up with He Rule of One, where all Force users serve him forever, and I thought a reverse mentality would be cool. Planets and system can pledge allegiance to the Empire. If war breaks out, Vader will protect them to the best of his ability. If there is any tension between planets within the Empire, Vader will step in to resolve the issue. Should the planet's leader prove detrimental or negligent, Vader will usurp them and have them replaced. Exiting the elevator, they meet a familiar Gungan that soon recognizes them. Obi, Obi, Obi. And a Qui-Gon. Is good to see Sayusa. Obi-Wan chuckles. It's good to see you too, Jar Jar. The Gungan notices the other people with the duo. And this Isa Yusa apprentice is, no. Annie? It a bitty Annie? Isa been so long. Wahoo. And a Lord Vader and I know sa no Yusa. Asajj crosses her arms. Asajj Ventress, the first sister of the Sith Empire. Obi-Wan gives her a strange look. First sister? Odd title. She scowls. It's a title I wear with pride, so watch your tongue, Jedi. Vader rests a hand on her shoulder before things escalate. First sister, focus yourself. She growls before settling with a slight glare. Jar Jar stands awkwardly. Well, Shisa expecting you, so let's go. 2. The group enter a conference room where Padme is in a meeting, with Jar Jar announcing their arrival. Senator, look who's arrivin'. Qui-Gon steps forward. A pleasure to see you again, Senator. Padme walks up to them and takes Qui-Gon's hand. Master Qui-Gon, it's wonderful to see you again, but I do feel your presence is unnecessary. Qui-Gon nods. That may be, but with the attempt on your life, the Council is wary. Padme looks to Vader. Ah, Lord Vader. I'm glad you arrived. Obi-Wan gives Vader a skeptical look. You invited him. Vader stares him down. Is there a problem? Ventress muscles tighten, ready for confrontation. Padme interrupts. Yes, I invited him. I have a private matter I hope to speak of with him later. But that is not the point. I don't need any more protection. I need to know who is trying to kill me. Vader faces Padme. With all due respect, Senator Amidala, but why not do both? Everyone in the room faces Vader. Explain. Vader gestures to the Jedi trio. The Jedi are not equipped for an investigation, but my Inquisitor is. She has been trained in various fighting and tracking techniques, as well as phycometry and offensive force abilities. Obi-Wan mutters under his breath. Interesting curriculum. Vader ignores him and continues. My point being, R2, he pats the Astromachus round dome, can guard your room when you retire to make sure nothing gets in, while Asajj patrols the nearby rooftops with Anakin, and me, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan can guard the entrances. Now, what did you want to talk about? With that settled, Vader follows Padme into her room for the night. She turns to him. This is not easy for me to say. Vader doesn't rush her. Take your time. Internally, he was curious. What could she need? Perhaps a good word with Mother Talzin about some new trade. When she finally speaks, it is nowhere near what he was expecting. Should war be unavoidable, I will switch my allegiance to the Sith Empire. The room is dead silent, bar Vader's breathing apparatus. Are you aware that my empire is a dictatorship? Padme nods reluctantly. I have considered it, and I am willing to surrender my planet if completely necessary. You have been proven to be a caring person, despite our violent first meeting, and I trust you to take care of my planet. Even now, she still surprises me. He waves that idea away. That won't be necessary. I already have a system ready for when my empire takes root in the galaxy. Should Nebo join my empire, you will still be its ruler. I will merely step in for interplanetary issues, or if my presence is needed. Padme seems to sag, relieved by that. Thank you. Vader nods. You're welcome. Now rest. You need it. Exiting the room, R2 enters to assume his post. Thank you, R2. He beeps a response along the lines of, all good. Vader sees the group he had left behind, and senses tension so thick you could cut it with a lightsaber. What happened? Obi-Wan responds. I do not agree with this plan. We are here for protection, not to investigate. Qui-Gon says something. I disagree. Obi-Wan seems shocked. But Master. Qui-Gon raises a hand, silencing his former apprentice. If the killer arrives, we will apprehend them and attempt to find a source. Ventress smirks. The best defense is a good offense. Qui-Gon hesitates before nodding. A vulgar way of putting it, but yes. Ventress makes for the window before waving Anakin over. Well, what are you waiting for? The duo leap up. 1. The only thing keeping the silence from being awkward was the fact the trio guarding the door were mediaching on various levels. Soon enough, Vader's communicator buzzes with Asaji's voice. We have something. Looks like a probe droid, just outside the window. It hasn't seen us. It's putting something through. We're going to follow it. The communicator cuts off and the trio enter the room to see two cowherhuns looming over Padme. Vader pulls one towards him and slices it in half while Obi-Wan does the same. Qui-Gon looks out the window to see the fleeing probe droid. It appears your plan worked, Lord Vader. Our apprentices will be following that droid back to its master. Obi-Wan steps forward. We have to follow them. Vader shakes his head. Patience. They will be back in due time. Obi-Wan gives him a scathing look. They are apprentices, it's lunacy. Vader stares him on. It's trust, something I find your order severely lacking. They hear the sound of a speeder approaching the window. See? There they are now. Asaji and Anakin drive the speeder by the window, with an armored man in the back. Asaji unloads him while Anakin provided a rundown. It was a changeling. This guy killed her with a dart. We think he's another bounty hunter. Asaji laughs maliciously as she unceremoniously drops him onto the ground. He tried to fly away, but I pulled him down. Vader nods. Good work, both of you. Anakin smiles under the praise and Obi-Wan bristles nearby. While they wait for Jango, not that anyone but Vader knew his name, to wake up, Vader excuses himself, to the skepticism of the Jedi. Well, one Jedi. Something to hide. Vader is growing increasingly tired of Obi-Wan's antics. I grow weary of your mistrust, Obi-Wan. And mistrust is not something we can afford. Secluding himself in Padme's room, he accessed his communicator. First brother. The Zabrak seems surprised by the call. Yes, Grand Master. Assemble a small group of trusted acolytes and head to Koba. This confuses the Inquisitor. Koba? It's nothing but a dust ball. What could you want from it? Vader remembers an old foe. Two things. A device, and a person. I will send you coordinates. Excavate there until you find a droid. You can work from there. Finally understanding where Vader got this knowledge, Maul nods. It will be done, Master. His hologram disappears with a bow. He's awake. Jango shakes the groggy feeling from his head. Seeing the Jedi, Sith, droid, and politician assembled before him, he's immediately on guard. I'm not telling you anything. R2 shocks him. Ah. Stupid astromech. He kicks the droid who shocks his foot. Padme pulls back the rogue droid. R2, that's enough. R2 lets out a series of aggressive beeps. I could take him. Ignoring that, Asaji kicks him in the helmet, and Jango learns something. Heels hurt, even through Beskar. Who's your employer, bounty hunter? He looks her dead in the eyes through his visor. I'll say it again, I'm not saying anything. I was paid to do a job and keep quiet, not spill secrets. Vader rests a hand on her shoulder. Allow me. His will is strong, but not absolute. Asajj grins as she steps back, looking forward to seeing her master in action. The Sith Lord raises a hand to Jango's face. He didn't need much, just an image in order to not be suspicious. He soon finds what he's looking for. You have a son. The bounty hunter tenses. What's it to you? Vader kneels down to Jango's level. I almost became a father once, so I know how you feel. That wording triggers a lot of people in the room, none more so than Jango. Almost. Vader bows his head in sadness. Their mother died. I never got to know them. That leaves everyone bar Ventress in stunned silence. I know what it's like to lose everything. And should this war start, everyone will lose. Especially those who will be forced to grow up in it. Jango thinks on those words, thinking about what war would imply for his son. When he lands on a decision, he holds his head high. What do you want to know? Vader nods and thanks. An employer, and any more details about the job you've been given. Jango nods. I never met him in person, only via comlink or droid. And beyond the job he gave me, he paid me to give my DNA to some scientists on Kamino. I have temporary residence there. Qui-Gon nods. Then we head to Kamino. Vader turns to his Inquisitor. And you will go with them. I want eyes on this. He pretends to absently rub R2's dome, subtly tapping it twice, and he releases a data disk. He turns to Padme. Senator, perhaps it is best if we return to Naboo. She nods. Perhaps that is a good idea. I will have Jar Kar act as representative. In the elevator, Vader subtly palms the data disk to Asajj. Leaving the building, Vader turns down an alley with Padme. She looks confused. Where are we going? The ship is the other way. Vader nods. It is. But before we leave, you should unwind. They enter a small diner. A waitress greets them. Hello and welcome to Vader? And is that Padme? It's been too long. The waitress is Shmi Skywalker. Take a seat and I'll take your orders. They sit at a booth. What can I get you? Padme smiles gratefully. A cup of RDs please. Shmi writes that down. No problem. And I'm guessing tall, dark, and powerful won't be having anything. She smirks playfully. Vader nods with an unseen smile. That would be correct. 2. After submitting the order, Shmi sits with them. What brings you around? Vader and Padme share a look and agree not to tell her. We have both been really busy with our respective planets, but things have settled down and we wanted to visit. Vader nods. Indeed. The conversation continues on from there, the normal stuff, catching up and whatnot. But after some time, Vader feels off. Wrong. Looking towards the back of the establishment, he recognized what he sensed. Danger. He bolts up from the booth as the feeling peaks. Get down. He raises both hands and an explosion hits the barrier he pulled up to protect the patrons who run for the exit in a panic. As Vader battles the flames, he knows. Few people know Shmi Skywalker works here and only one person benefits from her death. Sidious. His rage and hatred is focused through the Force into his yell, the building collapsing and the flames being extinguished. Panting, he releases the barrier and looks behind him. Padme and Shmi were both huddled together, clothes lightly singed, but safe. 7. The Dark Lord of the ponders this situation. Why didn't I see this? Thinking hard, he recognizes what went wrong here. Anakin looked tired. He's been having nightmares. I haven't been sleeping. That's true, Vader's suit doesn't allow for much sleep, and he resorts to meditation to regain his strength. He clenches a cybernetic fist. Sidious. You will pay for this. Realizing the direction his thoughts were going, he centers himself. Patience. Wait for the perfect time to strike. He turns to the female duo. Are you all right? Padme nods. We are fine. Shmi stared in stunned silence at Vader. Vader grows concerned. Shmi, are you all right? She stares. The Force is so wizard. Such a statement in the face of death was so silly. And yet, Vader can't help but be amused. I suppose it is. We should go. Come with us to Naboo. We can discuss recent events there. 1. On Naboo, things were mostly peaceful. Of course, having your senator be the target of an assassination attempt provoked gossip from the inhabitants, but seeing she was on Naboo and taking safety precautions put many at ease, Vader's presence even more so. A Sith putting people at ease. What an oxymoron. In the room he was supplied, he was finishing off the designs for Imperial transport ships and various TIE ships, his personalized TIE fighter among them. He made it a point to know the inner workings of every ship he set foot on. That knowledge would be useful in the coming war. He also included the designs for Imperial Star Destroyers. While they already existed, he doubted the Republic would support an empire. He slots the data disk with the final designs into R2. Thank you R2. You are more help than you know. The droid beeps back a simple. You're welcome. 6. He activates his COMM link. First brother, report. Maul bows to his master before answering. The excavations have begun and we are ahead of schedule. Some prospectors inhabit the planet looking for priorite, and we worked out a deal. Protect them from the predators native to the planet, and they assist us with our own project, with some credits thrown in for compensation. The acolytes have taken to exploring the surrounding area, and they have made some interesting discoveries. Vader already knows of the High Republic technology that exists on the planet, but not of any specifics. Such as... Maul looks at something behind before turning back to his master. Jedi meditation chambers, seeming centuries old. Some are overgrown with some odd form of matter no one has seen before, and they have strange devices that seem made to combat this matter. He seems to hesitate before continuing. Master, may I ask, what exactly are we looking for? Maul has been with Vader almost since the beginning, and is extremely loyal. There is an anomaly in the space around the planet. A tear in the Force. On the other side is a planet called Tanalor. There is only one way through the anomaly, and the droid you are looking for is a clue. Find it. Understanding? Maul nods. Understood. Should I have the acolytes refocus their efforts on the excavation? Vader shakes his head. No. Let them wander. Discovery is the way of the Sith. Maul salutes Vader with a fist to his chest. As you wish, Master. The COMM link goes offline. R2 beeps. What was that about? Vader pats his dome. Merely a pet project. I trust you can keep this quiet. R2 beeps an affirmative. 2. His COMM link beeps and he answers, with Asajj being the one to contact him. First sister, what do you have to report? She whispers, probably on the ship with the Jedi. The bounty hunter's employer is someone going by the name Darth Tyrannus. His kid is here. And his DNA is being used to make an army of clones. When was the army officially commissioned? Vader was glad to know Asajj was keeping up with politics. It hasn't. She looks around her, making sure the coast is clear. Where do we go from here? Vader shakes his head. Not something to be discussed through COMM links. We will meet again soon. Until then, continue as you were. I expect a comprehensive report when you return. She bows. Yes, Master. The rest of the Dark Lord's stay on Naboo was enjoyable. The people remembered him, and were friendly. It was nice. No one in his old life looked at him in such a way. Usually because his presence was an omen of imminent pain and death. Few escaped him, and few have bested him. Many feared him. This was a welcome improvement. He enters Padme's home, hoping to speak with her about the terms of her allegiance. Knowing the army was being made before the vote would fast-track Vader gaining a new planet. Underhanded, yet effective. The first face to greet him is her mother. She looks almost scared. But this fear was different what Vader was used to. It wasn't fear of him. It was fear for Padme. Tell me, is it bad? He remembers how blunt he was the first time he was asked this question. He decides to use a gentler approach. Not as bad as you think. She relaxes, her expression softening. That's good. Are you here to see her? With a nod, she leads him through the house. They find Padme making pleasant conversation with Shmi. The two turn to the newcomers, with Padme starting the conversation. Lord Vader, what are you doing here? Vader gives Shmi and Jabal a subtle side-eye through his mask. I was hoping to discuss politics. Jabal nods in understanding. Ah yes, that empire of yours. Come on dear, let's leave the politicians to their work. With the others gone, Vader starts them off. The army is ready. This shocks Padme beyond belief. What? But the vote was inconsequential. He interrupts. Someone is planning things behind the scenes, and has been doing so for a very long time. They want this war. They have something to gain. Vader knows all too well what Sidious plans to gain. Padme becomes hysterical. Then we have to stop it. Vader shakes his head. We can't. What do you mean we can't? If someone is orchestrating war then we have to. Vader talks over her. We can't do anything. We don't know who it is, what their plans are, both are lies and we have no evidence of anything. If we go to the Senate they will debate if what we say is true and on the off chance that they accept it is they will debate what to do about it and likely commission the army to fight a force they do not know about. There is only one way to win. They don't know that we know, and we can use that. In holo tactics, the best way to win is to put your opponent's focus elsewhere and attack from a blind spot. This war'll be a blind spot for both sides, only we know someone else is playing. Considering his words, Padme's expression becomes absolute. I think I know how to start. On Naboo, Vader, Padme, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Anakin, Ventress, and Jango Fett discuss future plans. I am sure that you all have questions. Anakin nods. A few. Vader looks out over the group. We are here to attempt to answer those questions. Who wants to go first? Qui-Gon speaks up. I spoke with Kami Nones. They said Mazer Sifo-Dyas commissioned the army 10 years ago. Something to ask your order about. Padme is next. What could this third party hope to gain by starting a war? Jango shrugs. War is profitable. Asajj scoffs. You would know about profitable suffering. Vader snaps at her. First sister. She bows her head in shame. I am sorry, Master. Vader turns to Jango. Is there anything you have yet to tell us? Jango looks outside where his son is playing in a garden. He said that if I got caught, I should head to Geonosis. Vader formulates a plan that gives them information without making him look suspicious for having that information. We'll use you as a mole. Obi-Wan jumps in. Out of the question. He is a bounty hunter. We can't trust him. It's not happening. They are listening to Jango's COMM link. I can't believe this is happening. Asajj smirks. Believe it, Jedi. We are about to learn who is on the other side of this war. They hear voices talking before it settles on a man they know well. Now is the time to choose between the Republic and the Confederacy of Independent Systems. There is shock from the Jedi, mostly Obi-Wan. Count Dooku? But he was once a Jedi. Vader shakes his head. And many Sith, including the first, were Jedi. For the most part he talks about lowering taxes and free trade. Padme comments. That doesn't sound too bad. Then he brought up battle droids. That's not good. Cutting off the transmission, Vader looks at the Jedi. Inform your council of what we have learned. We shall prepare for war. Not even Obi-Wan could muster an argument as they leave. Vader notices that Anakin looks far less tired. On Coruscant, Padme, Vader, and Ventress walk through the halls of the Senate building. You still haven't told me your plan, Senator. Padme just smirks. Just wait in the hall until I give you the signal. You'll know it when it happens. She enters the room where the vote will be taking place. The Senate talks for quite some time, occasionally drifting onto frivolous or selfish topics before Padme speaks. I recognize that the Senate will not listen to reason. And I know that the Republic Army will come into being, whether I want it to or not. So, after a long, difficult debate with my queen, we have reached a decision. So, we have decided that Naboo will no longer be a part of the Galactic Republic. This gets a lot of scandalized whispers from the crowd, and furthermore, we will be swearing our allegiance to the Sith Empire. Vader looks at Ventress. Prepare to enter the world of politics. The dark side users walk into the atrium with an air of confidence. While the Senate whisper amongst themselves, Palpatine appears nervous. Now, Senator Amidala, I implore you to reconsider. Naboo is a planet very dear to me. The idea of losing it pains me greatly. Padme looks up at him. I am sorry, Chancellor, but this is my final decision. Should the Republic have need of Naboo's cooperation, Grand Master Darth Vader will be its voice. She steps back from the podium and Vader stops next to her as she nears him. Are you sure this is what you want? Her expression is nothing short of fierce determination. I have never been sure of anything. Just promise you will take care of my planet. He looks her in the eyes and rests a comforting hand on her shoulder. I promise. She relaxes. Thank you. He steps to the back and Vader takes her place at the podium. The first person to speak is one of the senators. Are we sure having a Sith close to the Senate is a good idea? The Jedi say they are prone to deceit. Vader responds coldly. I find your lack of faith disturbing, Senator. I swear to you on my own life, that I have no interest in Republic affairs, and should this war be put forward, I will not fight for you. I only act in the interests of my systems. That will be all. He leaves the atrium, the voice of the senators following his entourage. Padme appraises him. You left quite a strong impression. Is that a problem? She chuckles. No. It's politics. The vote did pass for the clone army to be used, and the Clone Wars did officially begin. But there was good news, on a very specific planet in the Outer Rim. Vader landed on Koba alone, having left Ventress on Dathomir. As he headed for the coordinates he had given Maul, he sees various prospectors and acolytes mingling with one another, and even showing off tricks using the Force. Everyone had a smile on their face. Seeing the hole that had been dug, he sees the Zabrak standing with a droid of unknown design. First brother, I see you found the droid. Maul bows. Yes, master. Her memory banks have been selectively purged, however. Said droid introduces herself. That does seem to be the case. I am ZNA-4. I was told by Centauri Kree to find the key to Tonalore and activate the forest array, but I got myself in bit of a bind in that meditation chamber until the Jedi found me. Vader raises an unseen brow. Jedi. ZNA-4 continues, not understanding the confusion. Yes. I assume these are Padawans? They do seem to use the Force in excess, but Padawans always have been excitable. Rather than telling her how wrong she is, Vader simply ignites his red saber. Oh dear. She looks up at Vader. You're not Jedi. He shakes his head. No. He sees the device in Maul's hands and extinguishes his blade. What is that? ZNA-4 shouts. It's nothing, Judd, an old relic, don't even know why I had it in the first place. Ignoring the droid's rambling, Maul answers. It's some sort of device that activates High Republic technology on the planet, and it grants access to the meditation chambers. Drat. With the device in his possession, Vader had another task on his to-do list. Let us investigate this forest array. Battling the wilderness was a simple task, mostly because the predators seemed to flee. Apparently, animals recognized the dark side well. Getting through the array to reach the tower and activate it was another matter, simply due to the Koba dust and the buildings falling apart. They get there eventually, with no casualties. A win in Vader's book. They activate the array, which starts blasting the strange purple ray they had seen on a smaller scale from the other devices. Then they opened the Bacta tank. When the glass opens, a one-armed humanoid male with gray skin. Vader stands over him. Who are you? He already knew, but no one else did. Breathing deeply, he answers. My name is Dagon Gera. But I ask, who are you? I know you are not a Jedi, so how do you know of this place? Vader explains with no problem. We found a droid that told us about the key to Tanalorr. Dagon nods. I remember her. She served Centauri Kree. The one who betrayed me. His lightsaber sat on a console that had produced it from its confines. He uses the Force to bring it close to himself and opens it, revealing the crystal within. Tanalorr was to be a bastion for the Order, a safe haven for initiates in the Outer Rim. But then we were invading and the Order abandoned Tanalorr and refused to counter-attack. His crystal changes shade slowly. An acolyte goes to step forward and stop him, but Vader lays a hand on his shoulder and shakes his head. They locked me away and left Tanalorr to be forgotten. It was my discovery. Tanalorr was mine. The sheer rage his crystal had imbued with created a force wind that slightly knocked back all in the room, bar Vader, who merely had his cape flow majestically for a moment before settling. Dagon ignites his saber. Tanalorr will not be stolen from me a second time. He launches at Vader, who ignites his own saber, and they lock blades, with Vader completely unfazed and Dagon borderline snarling. Acolytes attempt to surge forth, only for Vader to call out to them. Stay back. This is between us. He pushes Dagon back to allow for some breathing room, with the former Jedi being pushed back, but managing to stay upright. They circle one another, slowly, waiting for an opening. Dagon, fueled by his lust for revenge, was impatient and rushed forward first, with Vader anticipating his attack. Dagon attempts to overwhelm his opponent with fast, hard strikes, but Vader wasn't affected in the least, and for a while they clashed sabers repeatedly, with Vader making no move to counter-attack. Dagon quickly loses his patience and runs at the wall and uses it to leap up in order to strike Vader down. This was a mistake. In mid-air, he could not change his direction. Vader tears away at the floor, hitting Dagon with it. He pulls his opponent's saber to him. Dagon is left at a loss. He had lost Tanalorr to the Nihil, and now he would lose it to a Sith who is beyond his equal. There is no victory. He waits for the familiar heat of a lightsaber to strike him down, but he hears something he did not expect. The sound of a lightsaber retracting. Looking up at the victor of the duel, he sees Darth Vader extend a hand. Taking it, he stands. I don't understand. Why don't you kill me? Vader gives Dagon an unseen soft look. Much has changed since you have been gone, Dagon Gera. First brother, take him to regain his bearings at the outpost. Catch him up on recent events. Sitting in his ship, Vader makes notes about the discoveries that had been made on Koba when he begins receiving a transmission. Mother Talzin. This puts Vader and his feelings in an uncomfortable position. Is there a problem on Dathomir? Talzin shakes her head. It is merely Talzin, Vader. We have known one another for quite some time now. And it is quite the opposite. It is an old debt repaid. Come to Dathomir. The Night Sisters have made a discovery of our own. Ending the transmission, despite his weak heart and weaker body, Vader only has one question on his mind. How does she attain that echo through comms? Landing on Dathomir, Vader was, he refused to say nervous, or even anxious. Maybe curious. Yeah, that works. What could Talzin have to show me? Entering the mother's home, he sees her hunched over her usual crystal ball, a green glow complementing her features. Welcome, Lord Vader. Looking over her shoulder, Vader sees a confused Dahan in the globe. I see you have been keeping an eye on things. She nods. Indeed. Things have been going well for you. Vader decides to get to the point. What is it you have to show me, Talzin? She waves a hand. Follow me. 8. She leads him through various stone corridors. Many years ago, before even my time, there was a single Zabruk, who, with his strength and wit, earned the respect and adoration of the Night Sisters and became known as Father Ovidhan. There was a conflict with a band of marauders that had attempted to invade the planet, with very limited success. The invaders were repelled, but not before he was left with injuries similar in nature to yours. Vader guesses where the story is going. I suppose he died soon after. Talzin shakes her head with a barely there smirk. No. He loved a long and full life, free of complications. Vader stops in his tracks, his head slowly turning towards Talzin. How? Talzin smirks and continues leading him. Such was the Night Sisters' adoration of him, they refused to accept his demise, and attempted every conceivable ritual, potion, and spell. Until they found something. They come into a room and at the center is what looks like a bathtub full of glowing green liquid, with Night Sisters surrounding it. I believe you can guess what this is. 2. Vader looks between Talzin and the liquid. A chance at being a functional human being. What reason could he fathom for refusing? He releases his armor, piece by piece as he walks to the tub until he is left almost gasping for breath and struggling to walk as he manages to submerge himself. He hears muffled chanting from the Night Sisters and feels a pulling sensation in his chest. His skin starts to burn as he coughs up black sludge into the water, the result of the same ash stirring in his lungs for decades. The ritual process is excruciating, as if Vader was reliving Mustafar all over again. He screams into the liquid, focusing his adrenaline and rage in order to power through. 9. When the burning sensations finally stop, Vader pulls himself above the water and sucks in the first deep breath he's had since he lost his remaining limbs. Pulling himself from the container, he takes in every sensation, from the air on his wet body, to the now regrown hair clinging to his face, and even the scratchy stone beneath him was more than welcome. He grabs the edge of the container and pulls himself upright. Mirror. One of the Night Sisters steps in front of Hun, spinning her hands in a circle that forms a mirror-like glowing oval in the air. Looking into it, Vader isn't too surprised by his appearance. He looked very similar to how he did in the Clone Wars, though his hair now had a grey streak in it. There were, of course, the traditional signs of a powerful dark side user, glowing yellow eyes, and his skin was extremely pale, seeming grey. He looks down at his discarded armor. He would need clothes, and the parts would be useful. Using the Force, and his knowledge of engineering, he forms the new armor around him with the parts of the old, keeping the protection, but removing the life support. He kept the respirator around his mouth, reminiscent of Darth Malgus, and the cape was fastened to his shoulders. He was already thinking of ways the respirator could be made useful in underwater scenarios when he realized what had just happened. He had been given his physical humanity back. He bows to Talzin on one knee. I cannot thank you enough. It appears the voice modulator still works. She waved away the thanks. Consider the debt repaid. He gets up and shakes his head. No. You have given me more than I have given you. You have given me freedom, feeling, and more. I now owe a debt to you, and it will be repaid. She hesitates for a moment before smiling. As you wish. Now go. You have business to attend to. For once, Vader was glad to follow the order and left quickly. 1. After Vader is gone, one of the Night Sisters approaches Talzin. "Do you feel it too, Mother?" Talzin nods. "I do. He thinks that his feelings are unknown to me, and he thinks they are unrequited. We shall see what he makes of his heart." Flying back to Koba, Vader did something he hasn't done in a very long time. Relaxed. No longer in constant pain, he allowed himself to untense and simply sit back in his pilot chair. But, even relaxing, his mind was on the future. Should Dagon choose to aid us, we should turn our sights on Moraband to collect the relics there. They would make for a good history lesson at the least. I will be overseeing that project myself. He presses a button on the side of his respirator and it retracts into his collar. He sighs, a slight smile turning his lips. 5. On the surface of Koba, no one recognized him, and there was some confusion as to who he was. However, they sensed his powerful presence, and after ascertaining he was not a threat, they let him be. He searches for a very specific presence. An old one. Soon enough, he finds Dagon Gera sitting on a rock, looking lost. Sensing Vader approaching, he lifts his head to look at him. "You look different, but you feel the same." Vader chuckles. "You seem to be the only one to pick that up." He sits next to the betrayed Jedi. "Something on your mind?" Dagon looks over the acolytes, some laughing and playing the occasional trick. "Everyone is so happy. Loyal." Vader looks over his students. "And that surprises you, because we are Sith." When Dagon struggles to find the words, Vader continues. "Times change, people change, and those who remain in the past and refuse to change will be left to die." Dagon settles on those words, pondering their meaning. "I have heard about Tanalorr only in the context of a myth. The planet lays forgotten, wherever it is." Dagon growls. "And you want to claim Tanalorr for yourself?" Vader raises a placating hand. "Not at all. I was hoping you would claim it. While having an outpost on such a planet would be beneficial to my empire, it is yours to do with as you please." The unspoken offer hangs in the air. "I will need time to consider it." Vader nods. "Take as much time as you need." After his pep talk with Dagon, Vader seeks out Maul. Finding the Zabrak playing Sabasi, he apparently loses, based on the dropping of the cards. Maul. Turning to who he thinks is a stranger, Maul gets up from the game and asks, "Who are you?" His band hovering near his lightsaber. Vader notices this. On guard but not immediately violent. "I taught him well." He answers the Inquisitor's question by letting his presence permeate the Force. The Zabrak's eyes widen. "Master? You look different." The grabbed master nods. "Indeed. You can thank Mother Talzin for that. I came to tell you that you and the acolytes are to be stationed here until further notice. This planet has much to give us, given time." Maul nods. "Understood, Master." On Dathomir, Vader heads for the temple in order to gather a small group of acolytes. Arriving at the temple, he extends his presence through the Force and many acolytes turn to look at him. "You may not recognize me, but I am Darth Vader. I am looking for a group of acolytes to join me on a little trip to Moraband." This triggers whispers among the gathered acolytes, many curious. Soon enough he has a small group assembled before him. On the ship, Vader is bringing the group of curious acolytes, and a BD unit to the ancient Sith planet. They wore slightly altered versions of the Night Sister garments. They were practical. When the planet comes into view, the acolytes talk amongst one another, excited for the experience. They land on a level rock formation in a desert area near one of the tombs. Before opening the ship, he stands before the group. "Before we go, I must warn you of the dangers of this planet. It is strong with the dark side, and its predators are equally so." He activated the holotable which shows an image of a bipedal armored creature with tusks. Tarantates. They are a product of Sith alchemy, descended from rancors. They are only a quarter of the size, but are twice as deadly, with sharp claws and tusks, both poisonous. He presses a button and the image changes to a quadrupedal creature with spines on its back and a stinger on its tail. Tuk-ata, also known as Sith hounds. Force-sensitive, fast, dangerous, with a poisonous stinger and 6 rows of teeth. Another button and a winged creature replaces the Tuk-ata. Shrug. They live in caves and are blind, but they attack any intruders with a vengeance. Their numbers have been recorded to be able to block out the sun and moon. He presses a button and a small tick-like creature is there. Pelco bugs. Small, but dangerous, covered in barns that penetrate armor to deliver a paralytic toxin. A simple snake is shown. Moribund serpents. They can come together to make a larger form, and speak. Don't attack them. Another type of bug, this one looking more passive. Squell bugs. These are good food for the Tuk-ata. And last but not least, he presses a button and a large 2-headed, winged reptilian creature is shown. The Battle Hydra. A tiger creature of Sith origin. Their 2 heads and flexible necks provide almost 360 vision, and a stinger tail with acidic crystal-used poison. Their physiology has been infused with ancient Sith alloys, halting the damage they usually would take otherwise, and are borderline immune to lightsabers. Thankfully they hunt alone. Thankfully they are unusually docile for Sith creatures, and only attack if hungry or provoked. He turns off the hollow table. And out of all the creatures I showed you, one can't kill you. And the ones that can, prey on force sensitives. He looks over the now very nervous acolytes. Anyone who wishes to stay on the ship, say so now. They stay quiet. All right then. Hands near your sabers, be aware of your surroundings. Walking through the desert of Moribund was awful. There was so much sand, and the winds picking it up didn't help. Vader was simply glad for his respirator that kept the irritating substance out of his mouth. Though he wished he had a visor. And the acolytes were tense, heads on swivels, looks up, down and everywhere in between, eyes peeled for danger. That vigilance would be a necessity on this planet. Approaching the tomb was certainly an experience for everyone, with towering statues of ancient Sith and old writing lining the walls. BS5, scan anything of interest. The droid answers with a beep, wandering the grounds in search of relics and scriptures. Vader calls out to the acolytes. Fan out, stay in groups of 3 at least, and bring any relics you find back to the ship. With the acolytes in groups, Vader wanders through the dark corridors on his own. Now free from the onslaught of sand outside, Vader retracts his respirator and ignites his saber for light. The walk was uneventful, with Vader walking by the burials of old Sith long dead, only the hum of his saber to keep him company. He stops when he sees something interesting. A large room. An execution chamber. He sees a few rows of ancient corpses in robes, complete with prisoners. Our archivist is going to love this. He sees an ornate sword in the center of the room. Reaching out to it, he pulls it into his grasp via the Force. He senses its history. It is old, and imbued with the power of the dark side. Perfect. He hears a deep growling behind him. Turning, he comes face to face with a Tuk-ata, a boy twice the size of the Gorgers on Koba. Not hesitating, Vader drops the executioner's sword and swings his lightsaber down in an attempt to kill the creature. Unfortunately, it was fast and managed to dodge the attack. It lunges for him, teeth bared and stinger poised. Vader blocks the teeth with his armored forearm, the creature's jaws being unable to penetrate it. The stinger was another problem, as it repeatedly jabbed at the Sith Lord. Vader manages to avoid the stinger and attempts to swing his saber at the tail to disable it. The creature seemed to send his intent and leapt back before the saber could make contact. The two start circling one another. As the opponents stare one another down, Vader notices something odd about the Tuk-ata's gaze. It wasn't following his movements. It was following his lightsaber. Testing that theory, Vader holds his saber far away from himself, and the Sith Hound followed the movement. Extinguishing and holstering the weapon, Vader reaches out through the Force towards the creature. At first he senses only aggression and malice, but he knows better than to judge based on surface thoughts, and digs deeper, and he feels it. Fear, the need to protect. Things he relates to all too well. Slowly moving forward, he extends his own feelings to the creature. Its slowly growls cease, and it looks at the Sith Lord with softer eyes. Vader rests a hand on its head. You and I aren't so different. We just want to protect what's ours. With danger averted, Vader pulls the executioner's sword to him, but stops it before it reaches his hand and looks to the Tuck-Atta. May I? It barks and Vader takes that as confirmation, grabbing the relic. I should check on the acolytes. He heads for the exit, but is tugged back. Looking back he sees the Tuck-Atta. What? It moves its head towards the back of the chamber. You want me to follow you? A nod. Vader looks between the exit and the canine. Make it fast. He follows the creature down a dark tunnel, igniting his saber once more. Where exactly are you taking me? The creature stays silent. Okay. The tunnel goes deep into the ground. How far does this go? Soon enough the path levels out and grows wider, the stone walls being replaced with packed dirt. What could make this? Vader hears voices echo through the tunnel. Familiar voices. The acolytes. He rubs ahead of the Tuck-Atta, using the Force to guide him to his students. He finds the full group, mostly unharmed and in the presence of a massive bug. Lord Vader. You're here. Seeing his students unharmed, he settles, keeping an eye on the insect. What happened? The acolytes grow nervous, with only one speaking up. So, we were collecting relics like you said, but then a Tarantata came out of a nearby cave. Some shouting got everyone together to fight it. We almost died a few times. We managed to kill it by dropping a crumbling stone spire on its head. Turns out, the ground beneath us was hollow and it kind of collapsed. Wandered around for a while, then we met this guy. He points at the bug. One of the younger acolytes raises a hand. The spire thing was my idea. Don't be mad. Vader chuckles. I'm actually impressed. The acolytes relax with the revelation they weren't going to be punished. Now, about this new friend of yours. He faces the insect. A Killik. I thought they had been driven off Korriban entirely. Guess not. Vader smiles. I believe we can benefit one another. The insect-like creature clicks with interest. On the ship, entrusting his wary students to the Killik and Tuck-Atta, he activates the holo projector and sees Padme. Representative Amidala. She bows. Lord Vader. What do you need? Does Shmi still have ownership of C-3PO? Yes. She recently had him brought to Naboo after the incident. Vader nods. Good. Unfortunately, I am in need of him, as we have hit a language barrier. I'll see what I can do. Vader walks back to the tombs at a casual pace. Reaching the entrance, he sees another Tuck-Atta, this one slightly smaller than the other one, as well as a few shades lighter. Let me guess, I follow you too. The canine answers by entering the darkness of the tomb. Of course. He follows this new companion through the tomb, wondering what this one could want from him. They take a few new turns to find a room smaller than the execution chambers. A sudden beep has him drawing his saber, only to see BD5. Oh, it's just you. Glad to see you didn't get lost. The small droid lets out a series of beeps in response. Vader pats his shoulder. Come on. The droid mounts the Sith Lord as their canine guide leaves the two to their own device, with the curious droid scanning the creature as it makes its exit. Turning to the walls. All right. Let's see what you wanted to show me. BD5, lights. A torch lights up on its head. Eyes roaming the walls, he sees various scriptures written in ancient Sith. Interesting. One particular piece of wall drew his attention. Something about it felt important. He reads it. The Sith'ari will be free of limits. The Sith'ari will lead the Sith and destroy them. The Sith'ari will raise the Sith from death and make them stronger than before. Running his hands over the wall, he remembers the prophecy Qui-Gon told him. Looks like the Jedi aren't the only ones with a prophecy. He looks at BD-5. Scan this. The droid scans the scripture and Vader departs to find his students. He finds them in the tunnels, taking an interest in the Tuk-Ata, stroking its spines and such. The canine basks in the pseudo-worship. Vader turns to the Killik. Care to show us your nest? They follow the insect through the dirt tunnels, with the Tuk-Ata and Vader at the back to keep an eye on everyone, with BD-5 zipping between legs and scanning the occasional bone that peeks through the dirt. One of the acolytes drifts to the back. Grand Master, what can you tell us about the bug we're following? While the other acolytes don't change their pace, he knows they're listening. They're called Killiks, a sentient bug-like species. They operate through a hive mind. What one knows, all of them know. They come in quite the variety, depending on the nest. They can assimilate someone other than a Killik into the hive mind through a process known as joining, where you slowly lose your sense of individuality and become part of the hive mind. The acolytes stare at the Killik at the front with mild concern. Entering the nest of the Killiks was interesting. The structures were few and far between, but all of them served a purpose. Mostly some form of engineering or construction. Vader looks on the work with interest. An industrial hive. Perfect. If I can gain their trust, and ally with them, I can start the construction of the Empire's weapons and ships sooner. The Killiks in the hive don't really take notice of the group, already knowing they're there. Their insectoid guide turns to them, clicking something that sounds vaguely like a question. Vader smiles. Thank you for your hospitality. If we can wait for our translator, we can conduct business. While the dark side users waited for their incoming protocol droid, they went about the hive to investigate, taking an interest in the things around them. Vader was especially eager to make a good impression. Allies like the Killiks would be invaluable. He went about and used his engineering expertise to aid the insects in their projects, using the Force to quickly assemble things or move heavy objects for them. Then the unthinkable happened. His stomach growled. The last of the raw nutrients must have left my system, and I technically haven't eaten in decades. He quickly assembles a crude-looking blaster made out of junk before turning to the Killik he was helping. What do you have to eat here? The creature makes a series of clicking sounds, making a few hand gestures and pointing to a small building nearby. Thanks. Entering the establishment, Vader sees other Killiks eating a variety of dishes, ranging from odd-looking plants to squelbugs and meats of questionable origin. Sitting at a table, he gets the attention of the one who he assumes is the worker. What do you have that a human should be able to eat? The Killik considers the question for a while before miming a creature stomping with a hunched back. Tarantatek. With a nod, Vader orders that. Curious. Must be the one the acolytes took down. Either that, or this hive has combat experience. When the meat is put before him, the smell is odd. Very similar to Skez steaks, but with a very distinct difference. Vader can still feel small amounts of the dark side emanating from the meal. Must have been stubborn. Despite being the meat from a mutant predator, it was very enjoyable. Seeing the golden form of C-3PO entering the tunnels of the hive was a good sign. The complaining was mildly amusing. Lord Vader, thank goodness I found you. This desert is full of nightmares. I was nearly mauled by this odd bat creature. And the heat was deplorable. I'm lucky not to be a golden puddle right now. Vader chuckles. It is good to see you as well, 3PO. Tell me, have you been altered to suit Republic law? The protocol droid answer immediately. Well, No sir. Poor Miss Shmai has been working very hard as of late, and the sudden relocation to an Imperial planet made such an idea quite redundant. Vader nods. Good. That means you can still translate ancient Sith, among other things. Of course. I am fluent in over 6 million forms of communication, including Killik. Standing between Vader and one of the Killiks of the Hive, C-3PO prepares to act as a walking telephone. The Killik clicks at the two inquisitively. 3PO turns to the Sith Lord. You'll have to forgive me, but the use of pheromones in Killik communication makes translations a bit difficult, but I can get a very close equivalent. He asks what the Hive could gain from a partnership with you. A reasonable opening statement, I suppose. Vader answers in turn. My empire is growing and I have a planet under my control with abundant resources. With a few compromises, I'm sure a trade can be set up, and I could relocate your Hive to a more hospitable planet if you had need of it. The insect considers the offer before clicking back. He asks what you would want in return for such compensation. Vader smiles, attempting to look reassuring. Your loyalty and hard work are all I require from you. There is a moment of silence before the Killik outstretches a three-fingered hand. Vader shakes it firmly. Welcome to the Empire. After that detour, the Sith artifacts that were collected were put in the ship to be taken to Dathomir when they left. Rather than taking the same way out, they took a slightly different route. No idea what they could find. When they enter back into the tombs, Vader feels something off. Like there was a gap in the Force. He waves to his students. Head back to the ship. There is something I must look into. Leaving his students, he wanders through the corridors, following that empty feeling. He finds a moderately large room with a stone coffin in the center. Surging forth from the stone, odd, glowing, dust-like particles come and coalesce to make a familiar form. Darth Bane. The Sith spirit before him is large, and looms over Vader, studying him. You know who I am? Vader nods. I do. You made the rule of two. Darth Bane seems prideful. And my name lives on, eons after. Tell me, have you come to be my apprentice? Vader shakes his head. No. I have my own matter to attend to. I don't have time to be an apprentice. Vader considers his next words carefully. I know what happened on Malcher. I found your personal holocron. The ancient Sith scoffs. And you have come to ridicule my weakness. Vader shakes his head once more. I wouldn't dream of it. I actually found the effort commendable. Darth Bane seems in genuine shock. What? Vader continues. I myself am in the middle of a similar endeavor. I have established an empire, and I plan to use it to help people. He looks up at the undead Sith. Perhaps we could help one another. Darth Bane is intrigued. How? Well, ancient knowledge of Sith culture is something the galaxy is unfortunately lacking. And I could always use a dark council at my side. The ancient spirit is silent for a moment. My spirit is bound to my armor. When Vader boarded the ship, he had an ancient helmet under his arm. 10. They give the artifacts they found to the archivist and the droid helpers they have for cataloging, and the acolytes go off to tell their friends stories about what happened. Meanwhile, Vader enters the empty council chambers at the top of his temple spire and places Darth Bane's helmet on one of the chairs. The ancient Sith spirit forms from glowing dust coming from the helmet. He looks out a window to inspect the activity below. You have done away with my rule of two. Vader looks over his students. I prefer my rule of many. I will protect them with my life. Bane's mood turns solemn. I once had such ambitions. He lays a hand on the glass. So much like Malachar. He turns back to Vader. What are your plans? I want to re-establish the Sith in the galaxy, not as warlord or tyrants, but as warriors, protectors. Unfortunately, there is a very specific obstacle in my way. A man by the name of Darth Sidious. He has, Other ideas? Bane glares. What kind of ideas? The rule of one. He wants everyone, all Force sensitives, to serve him and only him for all eternity. Darth Bane narrows his eyes at Vader. How do you know of this? Vader sits down in a high-backed chair of black stone. That is a long story. When Vader finishes explaining circumstances to his ancient predecessor, he could not sense what he was feeling, as he could not sense anything at all from the spirit. Thankfully, he was very forthcoming with his feelings. He is the epitome of everything I ever stood against. Sith turning on one another? Such people are why the Sith are forgotten. Vader nods in agreement. I know. Thankfully, my unique circumstances put us at a distinct advantage. When this happened the first time, he had no opposition, he was playing both sides. But, with the emergence of a third faction, he will have to divide his attention, and with my knowledge of his overall plans, we can cancel him out. And once the Sith have been established, and Palpatine unmasked, we will rule the galaxy. In peace. The holotable activates, indicating someone trying to contact him. Vader nods to the first member of his Dark Council, and the Sith spirit retreats into his helmet to remain unseen. Answering the call, Vader is met with the face of Doggone Gara. Doggone. Am I correct in assuming you have made your decision? The former Jedi nods. I have. Tana Lore will join the Sith Empire. On the condition that I rule the planet that I discovered. Vader nods. These terms are acceptable. Truth be told, I'm glad you answered when you did, as I have very important plans. Doggone nods resolutely. I suppose you will want to convert the planet to the dark side for your students. Vader chuckles, startling Doggone. Not at all. Doggone gives Vader an inquisitive look. I don't think I understand. Tana Lore is strong in the Force, but it has almost no presence in the dark side from what I have seen. I know. Tana Lore, for my students, was to be a place of peace and tranquility, where, should they choose, they can train in the ways of the light side. The Sith aren't one trick or backs, Doggone. I was hoping you would instruct them. The ancient man is silent for a moment. Teach me your ways and I'll teach you mine. Vader smiles. Consider it done. Lucky for both of us, I recently gained certain allies that will make the construction of these new temples very efficient. 3. Padme was all too eager to supply some transport ships for his insectoid allies, some headed for the Koba Abyss to meet with Doggone and set things up on Tana Lore, and the rest split between Dathomir and Naboo. Having a hive mind spread between planets would make communicating future plans easy enough, and the Killiks were hard workers, and were put to work almost immediately, being divided into miners, farmers, and construction, with a select few left over as warriors and security. They were exceedingly popular, despite their slightly unnerving appearance. 2. Vader meets the other ships outside Koba's atmosphere, the Abyss in sight. Vader's ship docks with Doggone's. Vader meets his new ally on the bridge. How do you plan on getting through? Doggone plugs a cylindrical device into the ship's controls. An Abyss compass. They were designed by me and another, to navigate the Abyss and pass through safely. Vader notices his hesitation, and senses something wrong. Your rage has been replaced with sorrow, and loss. Did you find something? Doggone says nothing, and instead presses a button on the console, a woman in Jedi robes appearing. The shuttles are leaving. I will not return. Seek me out, or go to Tana Lore. That is yours to decide. May the Force be with you. There is an awkward silence after the recording ends. Vader rests a hand on Doggone's shoulder. You loved her, didn't you? I suppose, in some way, I did. Why do I only see that now that she's gone? Vader remembers his own experiences with love. The Jedi Code does not leave room for love, or attachment. I am truly sorry for your loss, Doggone. Doggone nods hesitantly at Vader. Thank you. I must admit, I am conflicted. I have no interest in following the Jedi way, but these feelings are so foreign to me. I don't know what to do with them. I feel we are kindred spirits. Tell me, does this gnawing ache inside ever truly go away? Vader remembers the day he lost Padme, his arms, his humanity, and his freedom on the same day. No. Never. But, we learn to live with it. We move on. He thinks of Talzin. And perhaps, with time, and healing, we can learn to love again. After a moment of silence, he pats Dagon's back. But for now, we work to honor those we have lost by fixing our mistakes. With a determined nod from Dagon, the two Force-sensitives settle into the pilot chairs and bring acolytes and Killiks alike on board before disengaging the docked ships. Everyone strapped down. We're going in. The abyss was a mess of Koba matter and ship debris. Is this how it looked when you did this? Dagon inspects their surroundings. I don't remember there being quite this much debris, but otherwise, yes. With the abyss compass, and Vader's expert flying skills, they managed to safely cross the abyss and find Tanalorr. Dagon says the name with awe in his voice. And Vader cannot blame him. Seeing the planet, it was beautiful. But, as they got closer to it, Vader began to feel different. Landing and setting foot on the planet made him realize. This place is strong in the light side. I can barely feel the dark side at all. I feel peaceful. And that much was true. The dark side of the Force was non-existent on Tanalorr, bar Vader and Dagon's presence. The very aura of the planet seemed to radiate calm and tranquility. This place is perfect. Vader sits down on one of the white stones that litter his surroundings and closes his eyes, connecting with the light side for the first time in a very long time. The feeling was very nostalgic. His mind could not help but wander to the possibilities. If Tanalorr is cut off from the dark side, how would the Night Sisters' magic be affected here? In such a state of calm, his mind wandered to Talzin, and he remembers what he told Dagon mere minutes ago. Perhaps, I have a chance at a true life. Why waste it? After his epiphany, and setting up the Killiks on the planet to begin construction, he headed to Dathomir, both to send some Night Sisters to Tanalorr for experimentation, as well as a few other things, the most important of them being to add the Abyss Compass as an essential part of Imperial Star Destroyers and transport ships. On his way there, Vader was in deep meditation, focusing his connection with the dark side. While connecting with the light side on Tanalorr was refreshing, he much preferred the aggressive and active nature of the dark side over the light's much more passive one. It was more his style. He lands on Dathomir and makes his way to Talzin's home. Entering the room where he sensed her, he opens the door to see an interesting sight. Talzin, bare all bar a towel that left little to the imagination. He turns away rapidly, summing some semblance of dignity. My apologies, Talzin, I did not realize you were indisposed. It is fine. I was merely finishing up. He hears some swirling, and a green glow is reflected off the wall in front of him, signaling Talzin using her magic. Turn around. Turning, Vader is relieved to see Talzin in her traditional robe. What is it you are here for, my lord? Vader is surprised by the formality. Simply Vader is fine. I came to ask if I could send some Night Sisters to Tanalorr. It is a planet seemingly cut off from the dark side entirely. I wondered how your magic would be affected by such conditions. Talzin appears in thought. The Night Sisters have always traded the fine line between light and dark. Being cut off from one could lead to very interesting results. Very well. I will send for some soon. Vader nods, grateful. Thank you. He thinks back to his emotional breakthrough on Tanalorr. And, I was wondering something else. He grows admittedly nervous. We have known one another for some time now, and, he looks out a nearby window to see the people prospering, children playing, and new inquisitors going about their duties. This empire has grown strong. And I have you to thank for that. You have been the foundation of this empire since the beginning. And you are a selfless leader. So, I was wondering if you would like to engage in more romantic relations. Looking at Talzin, he didn't know what he expected. A wide smile was not one of them. I was wondering when you would ask. For the first time since he came here, Vader was not thinking of the future, or regretting past mistakes. For the first time since he came here, he allowed his operations to run themselves for a while. For the first time since he got here, he is dedicating his time to something personal. He is in the here and now. And he was worried. His experience in love was in side eyes and secret meetings, sultry looks exchanged over battle plans and hugs in empty corridors. This will be the first relationship he wouldn't need to actively hide from people, the first one where he could say, "Hey, I love this woman." And he had no idea what he was doing. Talzin had never been off-planet, focusing on her people and making sure they prospered in the dangerous landscapes of Dathomir, so he was taking her to see the wider galaxy. A galaxy that they may one day share. It was nerve-wracking. Vader paced outside the Night Mother's home. He had foregone his usual armor and respirator, substituting it for a black tunic, similar in style to what he wore in the Clone Wars. He kept the cape. The cape was iconic. His lightsaber hung at his belt for safety. He lost his lightsaber once, and only once. He hears footsteps and turns to the doorway to see the object of his affections. Similar to him, she chose something less cumbersome, and for some, intimidating, clothes for their outing. The robes she wore had been replaced for a dress similar in style to most parts of the galaxy, and it hugged her curves well. The extravagant headdress she wore had been reduced to the collar of the dress, letting her gray/white hair flow in the occasional breeze. Speaking of wind, is the Dark Lord breathing? Shaking away his awe, he extends a mechanical hand. Shall we? Talzin smiles in response and takes it. We shall. Her dramatic echo had been reduced to a whisper, as if someone was saying the same word at the same time somewhere else. 5. Thankfully, having learned from past mistakes, Vader planned ahead. Hyperspace takes time, so Vader had set up a cliché romantic dinner on the ship, complete with dim lighting and everything. Lack of real experience left him leaning on tropes and clichés. Thankfully, Talzin didn't seem to mind. The two had a nice time, although there was an awkward adjustment period at the start where they tried to find common ground. The common ground they found was compassion. When they cared for something, they cared for it with everything they had with no exceptions. They spoke of their people, the connections they've made. But then the conversation drifted towards the lives they lived. Talzin's was simple, full of love for her people, with a handful of unfortunate setbacks. Vader's was complicated. In an instant a trickle became a torrent, and he poured his heart out to her, telling her of his every woe, every regret, every mistake he had ever made. When all was said and done, Vader was tired and Talzin comforted him, reminding him of the good he had done since Malachor. It helped. But only a little. They finished dinner without any more breakdowns, making small talk. The planet Vader had arranged for them to land on was Felucia. Vader wanted to show Talzin something unlike anything they had on Dathomir, and Felucia at night was as far from Dathomir as one could get with its bioluminescent plants and clear skies. As they walked through the brush, Vader would often find Talzin looking around with almost childlike curiosity. It was endearing. Thankfully, two powerful Force sensitives close together, one with a very actively malicious presence in the face of getting this date ruined, was more than enough to deter any hungry predators. At one point they passed one of the many farms, and Vader bought his date a small portion of the Nisilin growing there. Naturally she was grateful, more than curious about the spell work that could be done with a plant not native to Dathomir. Something Sith and Night Easter culture had in common was a hunger for knowledge and growth. Overall, it was a wonderful night. At the very end, Vader took her to the top of one of the many stone formations that rose above the plants with the Force, simply having them float upward, weightless. Flight took a lot of concentration, but with nothing but the Felucian jungle as background noise, it was feasible, and the small laughs her got from Talzin were worth it. The night ended with them simply sitting together, arms around one another as they admired the blending of natural lights to make art more beautiful than anything else. There was a hum in the force between them, the beginnings of a connection, and a long and happy future. 4. After his first date with Talzin, Vader couldn't keep the smile off his face. It had gone perfectly. Thankfully he had his respirator on, otherwise his students might have been disturbed. In fact, he was so chipper, he decided that this was a perfect day to mess with his students on some level. Having a dark council would be good, but in the meantime, Bane would need something to do. Vader enters a classroom where various students had assembled for a lecture on Sith history and culture. Seeing Vader enter, the acolytes bowed. None of that now. When they straighten, he pulls the helmet from under his arm. Who can tell me who this helmet belonged to? One of the acolytes answers. It's Darth Bane's helmet. Vader nods. Very good. He sets it on a pedestal at the front of the room. This will be your Sith history teacher. Many of the acolytes give the Grand Master strange looks. Like, metaphorically. Vader smirks. No. As if on cue, glowing dust comes from the helmet to form Darth Bane, eliciting surprised reactions from the students. This is Darth Bane. Naturally the acolytes are curious. If he's dead, how is he alive? Vader remembers words spoken to him long ago. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to abilities many consider to be unnatural. Shaking away the memory, he marches to the door. Have fun. 4. With that taken care of, Vader thinks he should pay a certain someone a visit. Certain events didn't take place, and he's curious about the effects. Turning on his holo projector, he calls a very specific number. Hello Anakin. The Padawan smiles at seeing the Sith Lord. Darth Vader. I had heard rumors you got yourself fixed. Yes, we have Talzin to thank for that. Anyway, the reason I was calling is a simple catching up. Ever tried Corellian whiskey? Vader and Anakin sit at a small bar in the lower levels of Coruscant, sharing a drink together. How are you, Anakin? Feeling better? Anakin hides a wince. I'm not sure what you mean. Vader gives his younger self a skeptical look. Really? Last time I saw you, you looked extremely tired. Anakin sighs, putting down his drink. I was having nightmares. Vader already knows the subject of these nightmares, but he presses on. What about? Anakin goes silent for a moment. My mother. From what I remember, she was screaming, and there was fire everywhere. But they stopped after we captured Jango Fett. Taking a sip of his drink, Vader decides to be honest with himself. There was a bomb at the diner. Anakin turns to the Sith with wide eyes. What? Before things could escalate, Vader raises a placating hand. Don't worry. I was there when it went off and everyone got out safely. Anakin settles back into his chair. It was a vision. Vader nods. There was an awkward silence before Vader speaks. People fear to lose what they love. It is only natural. Anakin shakes his head. Jedi don't form attachments. Vader raises an eyebrow. So, you weren't scared when I mentioned the bomb? The silence is the only answer he needs. Anakin, it's okay to feel something. If we didn't, we wouldn't count as being alive. Jedi merely deny this fact. It's why so many Sith started out as Jedi. They felt isolated and alone, so they turned away from the code and to more like-minded people. Besides, attachments aren't so bad. They are a good source of motivation. I myself have recently formed an attachment with Talzin. Anakin gives him a look. No. Vader smiles. Yes. He gives Anakin a trusting look. Do you have anything like that, Anakin? When Anakin doesn't immediately answer, Vader acts supportive. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'm not the biggest fan of the Jedi anyway." With the encouragement, Anakin continues. "There might be someone." Vader signals the bartender droid for another round of drinks. "Tell me about her. It'll make you feel better. Less repressed." Taking a small sip of whiskey, Anakin begins describing her. "Well, she's smart and kind of stubborn. Bit of an attitude, and she's witty enough to know which buttons to push." Vader grins, knowing where this is going. "And she has this confidence that I admire. Something about her just pulls me in." Vader smirks at his younger self. "What's her name?" Anakin lets a small smile fall across his face. "Her name's Ahsoka. Ahsoka Tano." With that simple statement, Vader felt the entire galaxy crumble around him. Vader had no real way to process or deal with what he just heard. So, using every bit of Sith and Jedi training he had, he keeps every volatile emotion in check. He would be hypocritical if he judged Anakin for something like this. He was obviously going to try to guide him in the right direction, but his decisions were ultimately his. He was going to support Anakin as best he could. He feigns some level of surprise. "Ahsoka? Asaji's friend?" Anakin looks surprised. "She mentioned having an unconventional friend, but I didn't think it was Asaji." He turns to Vader. "Thanks for this, by the way. You were right. I do kind of feel better. I told you. Word of advice. Talk to her. Make a connection. Have fun." Anakin nods. "I will. Thank you." He stands from his chair. "I better get going before I get too drunk for my speeder." Vader nods. "You're probably right." He calls out to Anakin as he leaves. "Remember what I told you." With Anakin gone, he holds his hat in his hands and signals the bartender. After getting a drink poured, he waves the bartender back. "Leave the bottle. I think you've had enough, pal." Vader waves his hand. "You will leave the bottle." "I will leave the bottle." Days later, he had gone on a few more small-scale dates with Talzin after getting over his younger self's love life. He was very tempted to stay in bed and let the galaxy go on without him, but he has an empire to rule, and Vader was anything if not responsible. Besides, he had an important personal project he wanted to work on that day. He gets himself dressed in his usual armor and respirator, clipping his lightsaber to his belt when there was a beeping from the holo projector in the room. He answers it and is met with the face of his worst enemy. "Chancellor, what an unpleasant surprise." Palpatine plasters on the fake smile that Vader remembers from his youth. "Yes, well, these are surprising times, as I'm sure you know." Palpatine shifts uncomfortably, the first genuine emotion Vader has seen from him aside from sadistic pleasure. "I have actually contacted you to extend a hand of friendship." Vader raises an eyebrow as the Chancellor continues. "Your efforts have given the Republic knowledge of our enemies, and after much convincing, alongside some bribery and torture, I'm sure, the Senate has elected to form an alliance with the Sith Empire. Now, that is surprising. We recognize that your empire is more equipped to fight a war than the Jedi, and we are ready to fund your own clone army, should you agree. A bid for control. How quaint." He stays silent for a moment, letting Palpatine stew in his discomfort. "All right." Palpatine brightens at this. "But I have conditions. Non-negotiable conditions." Palpatine frowns for only a moment before his smile is back in pace. "By all means." Vader remembers how the galactic empire of his time was run. It made a lot of bad decisions. But one thing they got right was military strength. Specifically, the Inquisitor is. The clones will have a specialized training regime organized by me. I will be designing the armor they wear and the weapons they use. And should my empire join this war, my Inquisitors will only ever be volunteers. Should I hear word that you, or anyone else tries to force them onto the battlefield, we will have a problem. Am I clear? Hiding his fear, Palpatine nods. Consider it done. Vader nods, satisfied. Good. You will have the designs by the end of the week. Deliver the first batch to Dathomir, and the rest to Naboo. Ending the call, Vader smirks. Palpatine thinks he can salvage his losses and control Vader. He was wrong. Vader sits down at a workbench, immediately getting to work designing the weapons and armor that he thought would be most useful. It took some time, but Vader finished the design for the armor and weapons, and even had the training regime down to a science and had it sent to Kamino. Convincing Padme to have a barracks set up on Naboo took longer, but he promised the clones would be treated as equal citizens and she relented. And when the first batch of specialized clones landed on Dathomir, he knew that he had all but guaranteed his success. The clones stood before him in their black armor, weapons expertly held, ready for their orders. I am sure that you think that you are replaceable. After all, you're clones, and I doubt the Kaminoans care much for you. However, here, we have different values. Here, we protect one another till our last breath. I want that same loyalty and dedication from each and every one of you. Here, you are brothers, and I expect you to act like it. Here, you will learn how to wipe the filth from the galaxy. Here, you are more than clone troopers. Here, you are my purge troopers. Are you ready for your first order? The purge troopers yell back in unison. Yes, Grand Master. Vader nods. Good. Execute Order 66. The purge troopers all fell to their knees in sync, gripping their heads in pain as their minds were flooded with information. When it stopped, they all looked at Vader in shock. One of the troopers at the front was the first to speak. The Chancellor is playing both sides. Vader nods. He is. Thankfully Vader included decision-making and planning in the troopers' training, so the next one to speak kept a level head. And he doesn't know that we know. Vader shakes his head with a smile. No, he doesn't. But, how do we know? Vader's victorious smile falls. All clones made on Kamino have a control chip installed, meant to activate after certain keywords are used. The original use was to exterminate the Jedi, but after discovering that little detail, I had my apprentice sneak something into the systems and reprogram them. Now, the order that would result in mass genocide is now the one that tells the troopers everything they need to know and deactivates the chip entirely. 1. The troopers digest that information, and were decidedly ticked off. They were going to be used by some lunatic to kill a lot of innocent people. Not a fun thing to know. This new information gave them a new level of genuine respect for Darth Vader, more potent than the mantra of good soldiers follow order. No. This was genuine, absolute respect. After gathering themselves, the purge troopers swear to themselves to uphold the values of the Empire, no matter the cost. They get back into formation, determined features hiding under their helmets. What are your orders, sir? Tatooine. A desert planet with 2 suns, run by the Hutt clan. The staple of their economy? Slavery. Something Vader was keen to rectify with his slowly growing army. It would take time to match the Republic, but that was time Vader had. But for now, this was most important. To him at least. Here's the thing about a desert planet in the Outer Rim. The Republic didn't really care about it, so it was too easy to simply land there and start arresting slavers. The slaves were returned to their homes and families to live out their lives. It was a beautiful thing to Vader, a simple thing he had wanted for a long time. The troopers were all too eager to prove themselves. Very few casualties on the Empire's side, less than a dozen troops. But it was a sad loss nonetheless. Their bodies were taken to Dathomir after the raid for a proper burial. Vader marches up to Jabba, the disgusting creature having a slave at his side in chains. He speaks Huttus. What do you think you are doing here, false Jedi? The protocol droid goes to translate. The mighty Jabba asks. Vader cuts it off, speaking perfect Hutus. I know what he said. He turns to the slug creature. Your slave trade is over. This planet belongs to the Empire, and you will be tried for your crimes. Jabba simply laughs in his face. Vader scowls. Don't make me destroy you. Finishing his laugh, Jabba looks at the Sith Lord with contempt. You will not be leaving here alive. No one attacks the Hutt clans. Kill him. All the bounty hunters in the room, which is to say a majority of the patrons, leap to their feet, blasters ready and heads filled with the idea of how much this guy would be worth after attacking Jabba. They were too easy. Many were killed very quickly, but those were the ones that lunged at him only to meet his saber. The smarter ones tried to shoot him from a distance, only to receive that same blaster bolt to their own face. Vader hears a blaster bolt, and he turns to see Jango standing over the body of an assassin droid. I'm only doing this because you reminded me of why I still do this job. Vader shrugs. I'll take it. He turns to the trembling Jabba and looks at the terrified slave on the end of the chain. Can you take care of that? Jango blasts the chain, letting the slave free. There are ships on the edge of town. Go there, and go home. The slave runs out, thanking the armored individuals as she leaves. Jabba goes to say something that was probably going to be offensive in some way, but Vader uses the Force to wrap the remaining chain around his neck and keep him quiet while he talks to Jango. This place is a little below your pay grade, isn't it? The bounty hunter shrugs. When word got out that I betrayed Dooku, it got a lot harder to get a decent employer. With the slug choking in the background, Vader extends an offer. You could always work for me. Your son would be safe on Naboo. Jango is shocked. Naboo? I tried to kill their senator. Twice. Vader shrugs. You'd be surprised how forgiving Padme is when she knows the full story. He extends a hand. After a short hesitation, Jango takes it. Welcome to the Empire, General Fett. With Jango now acting as a general, Vader's army was growing both in size and strength, and soon, notoriety. A necessity, especially with the Clone Wars in full swing now. With the war quickly growing in scale, Vader invited everyone out for drinks. From his experience, they'll need it. Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, Anakin, Vader, and Ahsoka were all in a bar. That sounds like a setup for a bad joke. Ahsoka had a non-alcoholic beverage for legal reasons. After introductions were over, everyone started drinking and talking. So, wait, how many times have you saved Master Kenobi? Anakin smirks and leans on the table. 10 times. Obi-Wan corrects him from his spot at the bar. It was only 9. Kato Neimoidia doesn't count. The Padawans both snicker. Whatever you say, Master. Overall, it was a good time, although Ahsoka gave Anakin and Vader strange looks every now and again. Ahsoka addresses it at one point. Okay, I have to ask. Are you his dad or something? Vader looks at her. What makes you say that? She winces. It's just, you both look a lot alike. Vader and Anakin look at each other. And it's actually true. Anakin had filled out since the war had started, and their hair was similar. While Vader knew the reason for the similarities, Anakin did not, and his eyes widened in shock at the realization. Obi-Wan throws around a few disapproving looks while Qui-Gon looks mostly unaffected. Anakin looks at the Sith Lord suspiciously. Are you my father? 1. This entire situation was completely absurd. His former apprentice thought he was his own father, and now he thought he was his own father. He couldn't help but laugh. It started out small, but his hysteria grew to the point he hit the table with a mechanical hand. Wiping a mirthful tear from his eye, he shakes his head. No, I am not your father. The first time I met your mother was the day I met you. Anakin seems to almost deflate at that statement. Oh. Right, that makes sense. Ahsoka gives the Padawan a suggestive nudge. Sky Guy probably wouldn't complain if you were though. Ahsoka. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. 4. The rest of the night was uneventful, aside from Obi-Wan's suspicious stares. Dang Ahsoka and her observation skills. When all was said and done, everyone opted to go home, if slightly tipsy. Anakin was the last to leave alongside Vader. He turns to the Sith Lord with a serious expression. Can I talk to you, for a second? Vader nods. Of course. Anakin, mustering his courage, speaks. I'm going to go through my Jedi trials soon. Vader remembers his knighting ceremony. That's great. I hope you do well. Anakin rubs the back of his head. Yes, but instead of the traditional trials, I'm being sent on a mission due to the war effort. They're going to send me to Geonosis to shut down the droid factory there. That was the last thing Vader expected to hear. What? But, Anakin smirks, they said I could bring along a companion of my choosing. And they never did set any specific parameters. Vader smirks with his younger self. Cunning as a Sith Anakin. What would Master Windu say? Anakin shrugs. Probably something along the lines of betraying the Jedi Code. But I never really liked him. Good. I never liked him either. 5. Absolutely not. With Anakin's choice of companion made, he brought Vader to the council chambers. He is a Sith Lord and he has no place here. Plo Koon shrugs. A Sith Lord who has helped the galaxy more than we have in the last few years. And Ahsoka likes him. Yoda hums. No ill intentions, I sense from him. Wise beyond his years, he has proven himself. Trust him, I do. More faith, you should have. Windu is left grasping for a retort, but how do you deny the logic of a being with almost 1,000 years more experience than you? Yes, Master. 3. It's a good thing Vader had his respirator active for this meeting, because watching Windu get owned by a 900-year-old dyslexic frog was amazing and he couldn't stop smiling. You won't regret this decision, Master Yoda. Vader and Anakin co-pilot a small Republic ship onto the surface of Geonosis, with the Sith Lord bringing a bag. Anakin points to it. What's in there? Vader opens it to reveal dozens of thermal detonators. The plan. Anakin smiles. This is where the fun begins. 3. Sneaking into the base was embarrassingly easy. All they had to do was throw a rock to distract the droids guarding the door. It was sad. Sneaking through the factory, Anakin scoffs when he hears two droids arguing over serial numbers. I know the Federation was cheap, but this is pathetic. Tell me about it. Worst quality I've ever seen. They make sure to place thermal detonators every few dozen feet. They stand near the ship overlooking the factory. That was too easy. Care to do the honors? Vader extends a mechanical hand holding the detonator. Anakin takes it with a smile. With pleasure. Pressing the button, a massive explosion erupts from the factory, reducing it to nothing but scrap and rubble. Now that's satisfying. With everything said and done, they left the planet, the factory burning behind them. Back on the ship, they laughed together. That was amazing. I could get used to blowing up the Sith stuff. Vader nods. It's a good feeling. The holo projector beeps with a recorded message. Vader accesses the message and a Night Sister is seen, seemingly in a panic. Battle droids have started invading the planet. We're being overrun. The image becomes fuzzy. Cutting off Municat help. The holo projector goes dark and the Force users get into their pilot seats, one with an prominent scowl. Hyperspace was not fast enough, not for Vader. When they finally exited hyperspace in Imperial space, it was a mess. There was not 10 feet without a vulture droid, with command ships hovering outside the atmosphere to dispatch more by the dozens. It was like the entire Separatist fleet was here. There's a communication code in the holo projector, labeled Tana Lore. Call it, tell them we need reinforcements before we pass through the blockade. Anakin nods, goes to send the message while Vader dodges and weaves, taking out vulture droids as he goes down. Landing was a nightmare, what with the droid armies coating the landscape. Vader's desperation forced them into an emergency crash landing. Getting out, they find acolytes and sparse purge troopers holding the line. Vader runs to a commander trooper. Status report. Still firing, the trooper responds. Several dreadnoughts and a Lucrehulk exited Lightspeed a few hours ago. A Night Sister managed to send through a message before they cut off the comms, but they've just been dumping droids on us. We've barely been able to keep up. We need a miracle. A blaster bolt nails him in the helmet, knocking him to the ground. Thankfully his helmet held up. You all right, soldier? The trooper nods. Fine, sir. Good, because you're about to witness that miracle. He walks towards the droid army, simply leaving out of the way of incoming blaster bolts with a scowl. Curious, the commander stupid orders a ceasefire. Vader stops a short way away from the enemy lines. I am a benevolent ruler. Leave, or die. This is your first, last, and only warning. Apparently the droids were not up for diplomacy. Open fire. Vader's scowl deepens. Have it your way. 2. Igniting his saber, he dodges, deflects and repels every blaster bolt aimed in his direction. Then he goes on the offensive. He crushes an AAT into a ball and throws it through the droid ranks, demolishing whole rows of them. Every deflected bolt was aimed with purpose, right through a droid's processor. Eventually, he brought out his trump card. Force lightning. Granted, when he had his suit, his options were limited with this ability, only able to do it one way. But now, at his physical prime, he was unstoppable. He summoned the Force Lightning in a grand combination of Chain Lightning, Force Tempest, and Force Storm, the energy hitting the droids and arcing between them, with Vader putting every ounce of his will and anger and hate into the attack until every droid he could see was nothing but smoldering scrap metal. 2. Looking back at his people, he is met with many expressions of shock and awe. He hears thudding and turns back to see a spider droid coming over the horizon. Attack. The Purge troopers, with their training, were the first to react. For the Empire. Watch those wrist rockets. The Acolytes and Inquisitors followed quickly after. Glory to the Empire. What followed was nothing short of a massacre. Night Sisters joined the fight, using their magic to attack and quickly disappear, and Night Brothers brought their brute strength and feral fighting to the battle. Various fauna even fought with them, a green glow in their eyes. At one point, cocoons dropped living corpses to the ground. Disturbing, but nonetheless helpful. No droid came within miles of the capital. And after a long and arduous battle, several Imperial Star Destroyers came out of hyperspace, and whoever was in charge decided that this wasn't worth it, and retreated. It was an absolute victory. With the cleanup and funerals in progress, Vader marches towards the capital to make sure everyone is okay. No younglings were hurt, and the civilians were protected. And Talzin was okay. The two rulers sat together, wallowing in the great losses the battle had wrought. Is this what happened to my people? Vader nods solemnly. Something along those lines. Only you died, along with a vast majority of Dathomir. You posed a threat to Sidious's plans. He didn't like that. Vader. Padme storms into the room, breaking the sad atmosphere. The two rulers look up at her in shock. Padme, what are you doing here? She checks both of them over, like they were children that got hurt playing. Anakin told me what happened. Is everyone okay? Vader nods. For the most part. Considering the size of the army they sent here, casualties could be considered minimal. But nonetheless tragic. Sadness shows on Padme's face. That's awful. I am so sorry this happened. Talzin shakes her head and rests a hand on Padme's shoulder. It is not your fault, young one. You could not have known. Seeing Padme now, after such an incident, an idea forms in his mind. Padme, we need your help. Padme's resolve hardens. What do you need? I'm a Grand Master, Talzin is a ruler, but you are a politician. And this is an opportunity. We can gain support from the wider galaxy with the right words. Think you could organize something? Consider it done. With Padme's help, Vader was standing in front of a podium with everyone in the galaxy hanging on his every word, with Jango, 2 Inquisitors, and several Purge troopers acting as a diplomatic escort and as deterrent. As some of you might know, my capital planet was attacked by the Separatist fleet recently. As many wouldn't know, we repelled them with relative ease. I want that battle to act as a warning. At the beginning, my Empire's participation in this war was purely as allies to the Republic. But now, it's personal. You attack my Empire, my planet, my home, and expect no consequence? An attack on my people is an attack on me, and you do not want to attack me. Because now, I will find you. And I will destroy you. I do not fear you. A blaster bolt was heard, eliciting shock and fear from the crowd, and Vader stopped it mid-air with the Force while his guards followed the trajectory to find the one responsible. Vader simply steps out of the way and lets the bolt impact the floor while glaring at the direction it came from. Soon enough, Cad Bane was brought before him. As much pleasure it would bring me to execute you myself, lucky for you, this is Republic ground. Get him out of my sight. The blue bounty hunter was swiftly taken away, most likely to escape whatever prison he was sent to anyway. With the prison thing brought up, Vader can't help but dwell on it. Perhaps I should have something built. I could convert Tatooine into a prison planet. Krayt dragons will act as a sufficient deterrent. A Purge trooper approaches him, interrupting his train of thought. Lord Vader, there is an incoming transmission from Kaylee. Vader was faced with the leader of the tribal, reptilian species. Lor San Kem, name generator, what a surprise. Aren't you a part of the Confederacy? It didn't take a genius to notice the underlying threat in the Dark Lord's tone. There is hesitance before Lor San Kem responds. That may be the case, however we could be inclined to defect, should you provide aid. On one hand, revenge on the Sis, on the other, even better revenge. What did you have in mind? And that's how Vader finds himself on Kaylee, ready to provide military aid against the Yamrai. Learning of the Yamrai's history of conquering planets and selling slaves left a bad taste in Vader's mouth. This will be a satisfying victory. They had landed in a clearing in a jungle area, a handful of Kalaesh warriors waiting to escort Vader. One steps forward. I am Kaima and Jay Shilal, but you might call me by the title I have earned through war and combat. Grievous. Turns out, when you have the superior numbers, as well as the superior tactics and better weapons, victory is essentially guaranteed. It was mere weeks before the Yamrai were driven back and forced to relinquish the sacred grounds they had claimed, and with a handful of vague threats and a sinister aura that felt like the cold embrace of death, they were also forced to free the slaves they had captured, unless they wanted to be exterminated. All of them. Overall, a very satisfying day. Very satisfying indeed. The Kalaesh were less advanced than other species, but they really know how to celebrate a victory. It was a simple thing really. A big fire, food, and drinks, and dancing. The Purge troopers that were brought along were still a bit stiff, but they were steadily getting into the swing of things. It was nice. A subtle side glance reveals Grievous leaning against a large rock on the edge of the firelight. The Kalaesh warrior strides up to the Sith Lord, who tenses his body, ready for a fight if necessary. Grievous draws his Shoni spear and stabs into the ground, a fierce look in his eyes. What are your intentions? Not understanding, Vader maintains an aura of cold indifference. My intentions? What is it you hope to gain from my planet? Resources? Warriors? Wives, perhaps? Do you hope to quell the wars here? Vader merely stares at the general for a moment before putting his drink down. I have 4 planets under my rule, so excess resources won't be necessary. I only take willing soldiers into battle. I'm not a slaver, and I'm not really into the multiple wives thing like your people. And war is a part of your culture. It is a sacred thing. As long as you keep it on your planet, and as long as you stick to traditional weapons, I don't see why I should step in. Consider your loyalty to be my intentions. With that, the Dark Lord of the Galaxy heads for his ship to prepare for an early departure, leaving the Kalash warrior to his thoughts. Preparing the ship, Vader is interrupted by R2's beeping. Someone's approaching the ship. Exiting, he sees Grievous striding towards him with confidence. Ah, Grievous. What can I do for you? The Kalash is silent for a few moments before answering. Would my people be welcome amongst your ranks? Without a doubt. Although, the training is grueling. War is grueling. There a moment of silence before Vader smiles and extends a friendly hand. Welcome to the Empire, General Grievous. Organizing an empire is difficult. Having a desert planet converted into a prison, even more so, and the ongoing war doesn't help. He's thankful that Jango accepted the promotion. He rubs at his tired eyes. Bane's small talk helped ease his mind slightly. I don't remember there being this much paperwork during my reign. Vader chuckles dryly. If I live long enough to retire, I probably won't remember there being this much paperwork either. Time has a way of making you see the bright side. Time, or longing. Vader looks up from his work to see his darling Night Mother. I suppose you might know a thing or two about longing. Bane looks between them before his wispy body disappears into his helmet with a nope. Talzin strides you to Vader. How could I not when you're always working? Placing herself behind Vader, she wraps her pale arms around him in a comforting gesture. Taking her hand, Vader responds. I know, but making sure multiple systems with very different cultures don't kill each other is proving a more difficult task than expected. Talzin hums, feigning deep thought. Perhaps you should step away from your duties, if only for a moment. Smirking, Vader looks up at her. I assume you have something in mind. Talzin took Vader to her home, a wave of her hand having branches grow out of the ground and form what looks like a bed. This is a simple spell to put the body and mind to rest. But, it comes with the cost of revealing the source of your suffering to the caster. That made Vader pause. Was there a limit to what it would reveal? Would Talzin think differently of him? Truth be told, he thought not. Or at least, he hoped. Shedding his armor and cloak, he gives his unspoken consent by laying down on the surprisingly comfortable makeshift table. The intertwining branches molding perfectly to his physique. Talzin began to chant ancient dialects that fade into the background of Vader's mind as he closes his eyes and lets the magic do its work. Meanwhile, Talzin bears witness to the things that keep the Grand Master awake at night. They were animals. So I slaughtered them like animals. Have you heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Take a seat. Liar. I have the high ground. I hate you. You were my brother Anakin. It appears in your anger, you killed her. Nuhuhu. 2. So many regrets. But Talzin pats them no mind. It is not her place to judge. Vader does enough of that himself. When the words stop flowing past her lips, Vader opens his eyes to peace. Rising from the wooden table, he feels more relaxed than he has in decades. Does this last? Talzin shakes her head. No. Like all rests, it soon ends and the pain returns. Good. That surprises Talzin. You revel in your own suffering. Vader shakes his head. No. It is merely who I am. My suffering made me who I am. Without it, am I truly me? That elicits a small smile from Talzin. How wise. A Sith proverb in the making perhaps. Vader chuckles. Maybe I should add it to the curriculum. The touching moment is interrupted by a purge trooper entering. Lord Vader. The trooper quickly shields his eyes from the shirtless Vader. Am I interrupting something? Grabbing his discarded clothes with the force, he quickly makes himself more presentable. No. What is it, soldier? There is an incoming transmission. From Mandalore. Vader looks to his lover before turning back to the trooper. Thank you. As you were. The trooper quickly leaves, muttering to himself. How does he have better ABS than me? He has the force. 1. Vader ignores that last sentence as he and Talzin head for a more secure place to accept that transmission. Both were very interested in what Duchess Satin had to say.